Dear colleagues, students, guests, dear conference speakers, and dear audience, it is really lovely to see you all here this morning. My name is Liena Ozoliņa. I'm an associate professor of sociology here at the Latvian Academy of Culture, and I'll be chairing today's event. So it is my honor to welcome you to today's conference titled Artificial Intelligence as a Source of and a Threat to the Diversity of Cultural Content, Perspectives of Artists, Audiences, and Policymakers. The conference today is organized by the Latvian Academy of Culture in cooperation with the UNESCO Latvijas Nacionālo Committee and is part of the annual Cultural Crossroads conference, which is taking place here at the Academy this week. Today, we will have the opportunity here to form a community of practice, as people of various backgrounds and expertise sharing a common interest and coming together to think and to learn from one another. While AI technologies have certain features or affordances, to use a term from science and technology studies, we know that technological effects are, after all, social effects. That is, they are not predetermined by the technologies themselves. It is us social actors who bring our values, our agendas, and our prejudices, as well as our hopes, to shape the technological effects. So today's conference, I hope, will allow us to identify ways how to bring the values of diversity and social justice to the rapidly emerging AI tools and their uses to shape them for wide societal benefit. So without further ado, please let me welcome to the podium Dāvis Sīmanis, Rector of the Latvian Academy of Culture, to officially open the conference.
Yes, hello everyone. It's a great pleasure already for the fourth day to open another part of our conference series, Cultural Crossroads. And again, we are back here in Latvijas National Film School in our soundstage where different films are being made, different ideas are coming through. But I think that in our case, the work that we are doing in research, in creating new ideas that can shape the future, they have the place here definitely, and I'm hoping that today's conference will prove it in the best possible way. First of all, I would like to say that I'm a huge fan of AI, but at the same time, when using it on a daily basis, at the same time, I totally am aware of all the risks and possible setbacks that would come with this technology in the future. Through the course of last 5 years, I was creating a film which was about longevity and different transhumanist trends. And one of the great elements of this, both the film and the whole transhumanist movement, is AI, because AI is partially responsible for, or is giving a possibility to create new treatments, new ways of thinking, new ways of approaches, scientific and non-scientific, at the same time, to be able to give a chance for the humanity to live longer. In culture, everything is the same. It is, in this case, longevity is in our cultural sustainability, and still AI is involved. I think the proof of AI's presence in culture and in art is best illustrated by a fact that the author and revolutionary thinker and film director Alexander Kluge, who in 1969 in Oberhausen Manifesto, which was meant to change and shape the future of German film, he was saying we have to let the old films go their way, and we have to create a new films. Now, Alexander Kluge is 93 years old, and he is already making his second AI film. So you understand that even if you are 93 years old, you can still be a revolutionary. 50 or 60 years after your first revolutionary stance, when it was in Oberhausen in creating this very important manifesto for the whole history of film. So definitely AI's presence is huge and unique in the context of nowadays culture, art, the content that we are creating, and definitely we cannot escape it. At the same time, we totally have to be aware of the fact that the same as it was around 15 or maybe 20 years ago, when the risks concerning social networking was not evaluated, the same risks are not evaluated. We have lost the opportunity to evaluate the risks soon enough for the AI. So basically, we are creating a very risky platform for our future, because we have to understand where we can distinguish our own creative power to be in some way supported by AI, and where the AI takes over, where AI uses some of the author ideas from the past and creating a new content, kind of a new content, which turns out to not to be new content, but is just a certain, recreation of some older ideas. And in that sense, we are, in a way, stopping our creative process. While relying on AI too much, we are losing ourselves, we are losing our own voices, and that is a problem. So I think today's conference, which is happening in cooperation with Latvian National Committee for UNESCO and French Institute in Latvia, our good and I would say even great colleagues and friends and collaborators, this conference is of utmost importance, because we will design the possible ways of how we are dealing with AI, how we are thinking of AI, how we are using AI on daily basis or in our creative endeavor. This is something where your ideas, your discussions, your papers that you will present here today will mean a lot. So I wish you all a very creative way through today. I also wish you not to rely through the conference on AI, because I think AI could be tricky and trick you in somewhere saying that AI is better than probably it is. And I wish you a really good discussion and dialogue between yourselves. Good luck.
And now please welcome Beata Lielmane, the head of the cultural sector at the Latvian National Commission for UNESCO.
Good morning, distinguished guests, conference participants, and listeners. Socrates is credited with saying that the act of writing will create forgetfulness in learners' souls, because they will rely on written signs instead of their own memory. Of course, it was not Socrates who wrote this down, but Plato. And ironically, if no one had written it down, this idea would have been lost to the time. In the 16th century, the Swiss scholar and naturalist Konrad Gessner warned against the invention of the printing press. He feared it would lead to an overload of information, and even urged monarchs to regulate the trade, so the public wouldn't suffer from what he called the confusing and harmful abundance of books. Centuries later, in the 1930s, a music magazine expressed similar concerns about radio. Ironically, it claimed that radio was dangerous precisely because it distracted children from reading and writing, the very same activities that had once been seen as harmful innovations themselves. The article complained that young people were dividing their attention between their dull preparation for school assignments and the compelling excitement of the loudspeaker. Then, as the iconic The Buggles song reminds us, video killed the radio star. And today, as music streaming takes over, MTV has begun switching off its music channels across Europe. Technological innovation keeps accelerating, and now, in 2025, we find ourselves talking about artificial intelligence. As history shows, humanity has always met new inventions with both fear and fascination. Our challenge today is not to resist this new force, but to learn how to understand it and to use it wisely. The conference contributes to the ongoing conversation by focusing on the diversity of cultural content, an extremely important topic, because creativity lies at the very foundation of what it means to be human. UNESCO, with its multifaceted mandate, not only in culture but also in the ethics of technology and artificial intelligence, continues to serve as both a laboratory of ideas and a platform for innovation. The 20th anniversary of the Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions reminds us that we must keep pace with change and address the challenges brought by AI and learn how to tame it. I would like to thank the Latvian Academy of Culture for bringing you all together to share your knowledge and expertise. I wish you all an inspiring conference and a fruitful discussion. And now let's hear from Mr. Toussaint Diandré-Bigot, the Secretary of the UNESCO 2005 Convention. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to address you today at this International Cultural Crossroads Conference on Artificial Intelligence and Cultural Diversity. I wish to express my heartfelt thanks to the Latvian Academy of Culture, a UNESCO chair, and to the Latvian National Commission for UNESCO for organizing such a timely and forward-looking event. As the conference will reflect on the role of AI, projects such as the Digital Cultural Heritage Strategy implemented in Latvia demonstrates that technology can coexist with tradition and that digital transformation can serve the human spirit rather than replace it. It is in this spirit that in 2021, UNESCO adopted the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, the first global normative instrument on AI within the entire United Nations system. For the first time, the world came together to affirm that innovation must be guided by ethics and that progress must be rooted in human rights and human dignity. The recommendation reminds us that transparency, fairness, and accountability are essential foundations, not optional features. The 2005 Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions adds another dimension, the cultural one. It is about ensuring that every nation, every language, every artist can contribute to the collective story of humanity. In this context, while the digital environment is reshaping the production, distribution, and access to cultural goods and services in profound ways, it also poses a challenge to cultural diversity. This is why the governing bodies of the 2005 Convention adopted 11 recommendations this year aimed at strengthening the promotion of diversity of cultural expressions in the digital environment. These recommendations aim to ensure transparency and accountability, promote linguistic diversity, and enhance the discoverability of local content on digital platforms. Just a few weeks ago, the discussions held at Mondiacult 2025 in Barcelona reaffirmed that AI holds enormous potential for creativity and heritage preservation, but also real risk of homogenization, dispossession, and inequity. The Independent Expert Group on Artificial Intelligence and Culture, convened by UNESCO, was clear on its call. If we want AI to enrich human diversity, not erode it, then our cultural governance must rest on three pillars. The first one, rights and integrity, so that technology serves cultural sovereignty and respects creators. Second pillar, equity and pluralism, to prevent a handful of platforms from defining what counts as culture. And finally, third, sustainability, to ensure that AI strengthens human creativity instead of consuming it. This is the path we must take together. And at the center of it all are the artists. They are not just beneficiaries of technology, they are its conscience. They remind us that creation is not a function of code, but of emotion and imagination. Through different programs, such as the UNESCO Ashberg program, we continue to work with governments and civil society to strengthen the status of artists, to ensure fair remuneration, and to protect intellectual property in the digital age. As we celebrate the 20th anniversary of the 2005 Convention, we are reminded of why it was adopted in the first place: to defend the diversity of cultural expressions in the globalized world. Let us make sure that every culture, every language, every artist finds their place, not at the margins of the algorithm, but at its heart. I wish you a successful conference filled with fruitful discussions in this spirit. Thank you for your attention.
And let us now proceed with our first panel, Technological Change and Societal Transformations. We will have 4 distinguished speakers on this panel, who I will introduce shortly. And we will then be joined by the Latvian Minister of Culture, Agnese Lāce, who will close the panel with her remarks. So our first speaker is Professor Rūta Muktupāvele, professor here at the Latvian Academy of Culture, and a representative of Latvia in UNESCO Intergovernmental Committee for the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expression. Rūta has authored more than 50 publications in Latvia and abroad in the fields of theory of culture, ethnology, and folkloristics. And today, her talk is titled Reflections on the 20 Years of the Convention for Safeguarding Cultural Diversity, from Freedom of Expression to Governance in Digital Landscapes. Please, Rūta, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. And it's quite challenging, of course, to make reflections on 20 years of the convention in 20 minutes. But as my English professor, Anita Nachishone, used to say, enjoy your challenge. So I will try my best. And of course, it's totally understandable that this conference devoted to 20 years anniversary of convention is held here at the Latvian Academy of Culture, because we have quite impressive and very solid tradition of researching culture and cultural heritage. So in our presentation today, we will try to talk more about those purposes and the scope of the UNESCO Convention, achievements and policy impact over the 20 years, about a culture and sustainable development, and about a Monday cult, and about, of course, cultural diversity in the digital age. So since its establishing in 1945, UNESCO has been a significant international platform based on human rights values, striving for a wiser, more peaceful, and more just society. UNESCO primarily exerts its influence through conventions, protocols, and agreements that member states join voluntarily. In the field of culture, such conventions as the Universal Copyright Convention, the Convention concerning the protection of the world cultural and natural heritage, and the Convention for the safeguarding of the intangible cultural heritage are more recognizable. In turn, Convention of the protection and promotion of the diversity of cultural expressions is often misunderstood, with its purpose frequently reduced to protecting the rights of cultural identity expressions of different national, ethnic, or linguistic groups. Nevertheless, the central concept of the Convention, cultural diversity, also includes the promotion of cultural activities, goods, and services, that is, the development of cultural industries and the contribution of culture to the national economy within a broad intercultural context, where interculturality refers to the possibility of generating shared cultural expressions through dialogue and mutual respect of the different states. This is ensured through the synergy of the Convention's principles with such organizations as the World Trade Organization, the World Intellectual Property Organization, and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or OECD. Thus, the scope of the Convention is quite broad, and it is not without reason that it is referring to as the Magna Carta of cultural policy. Nowadays, the Convention, ratified by 158 countries, influences a large part of contemporary cultural governance and creative economy policies. It stands as a powerful international instrument that strengthens civil society, supports the rights of artists, creative professionals, media, and public organizations to freely create and disseminate culture and art. The Convention also promotes the development of cultural industries and digital culture and highlights the role of culture and creativity within the global of sustainable development. Thus, the main goal of the Convention is to ensure that all people and nations can freely create, share, and enjoy diverse cultural expressions in conditions of human rights, equality, cooperation, and sustainability. The main principles of the Convention affirms respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms, the equal dignity of all cultures, and the sovereign right of states to adopt policies that protect and promote cultural diversity. It also emphasizes international cooperation and solidarity, the complementary of economic and cultural development, openness and balance in cultural exchanges, and equitable access to artistic creation and cultural participation. So the main achievements of the past 20 years since the adoption of the Convention include various norms, guidelines, resolutions, capacity building programs, and policy monitoring systems, supporting cultural diversity and creative industries, involving civil society, integrating cultural policy into sustainable development agendas, recognizing the principle of artistic freedom, as well as providing support for artists during the COVID-19 crisis. In response to the development of information and communication technologies, new resolutions are being drafted on digital transformation, artificial intelligence, and access to cultural diversity in the digital environment. And the most recent major development related to the Convention is, of course, Monday cult. It was mentioned by Mr. Tussaud Tinderbego, is Monday cult. And etymologically, it means mondial, it means world. Cult is abbreviation for culture. So this is the world's largest international cultural policy platform, grounded in the principle of the 2005 Convention. And at present, one of the most relevant and influential tasks of Mondial Cult is to advocate for culture as a separate sustainable development goal of the United Nations set of global objectives. As is known, United Nations SDGs were adopted in 2015 to guide international efforts toward ending poverty, protecting the planet, and ensuring well-being for all by 2030. For now, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are based on 3 pillars: environmental, economic, and social sustainability. 2030 deadline for the Sustainable Development Goals is rapidly approaching. But according to the 2024 United Nations report, only 17% of the SDGs tasks have been achieved. Progress towards the goals has been seriously threatened by the long-term impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, geopolitical tensions and military conflicts, and climate instability. At the same time, sustainable development remains one of the most inspiring ideas of the 20th century. It is based on humanistic values, outlining essential principles for ensuring that individuals, communities, and societies can live in harmony with nature, in prosperity, freedom, social equality, and under the rule of law. Currently, humanity is once again at a crossroads, and there is no clear information on the United Nations plans after the end of the 2030 SDG period. However, ideas for a post-2030 development agenda are already being discussed in universities and research centers, and also in various international policy forums, including Mondial Cult. Now it is clear that future SDGs definitely must ensure a place for culture, whose potential remains far from fully recognized or valued in tackling local, regional, and global issues, reducing social inequality and poverty, mitigating climate change, resolving geopolitical conflicts, and achieving peace. Of course, the question may arise as to how justified is it to advocate for culture as a separate sustainable development goal, alongside with environmental, social, and economic aspects. Probably, as a reasonable answer could be based on economic considerations, the impact of cultural and creative sector of the global economy is growing rapidly. The combined value of music, gaming, film, museums, creative industries, and the performing arts accounts for about 3% of global gross domestic product and 4% of the European Union's GDP. At one point, estimates suggested that by 2030, this share could reach even 10% of global GDP, driven by digitalization, increasing participation in global collaboration, and also recognition of the sector's cultural sector economic contribution and the emergence of new impact assessment models that position culture as a fully fledged factor in economic development. Returning to Mondial, this year, Mondial Conference was held in Barcelona, as it was mentioned by Mr. Tusot Indrebegog. Latvia in Barcelona was represented by the Minister of Culture, Agnes Lāce, who in addition delivered Latvia's national statement during the ministerial plenary, but she was also appointed as a conference rapporteur with responsibility for contributing to the synthesis of discussions and the preparation of the conference conclusion reflections. It was a great honor for Latvia. During the Mondial Cult 2025, member states emphasized that culture is a global public good, and that cultural rights are equal to human rights. It was highlighted that there is a need to improve working conditions and social protection for artists and cultural professionals. The role of culture in sustainable development and climate resilience was marked, and the need to support creative sectors and cultural diversity in the digital environment was also pointed out. Although the UNESCO Convention of the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions was adopted before the rapid development of technologies, the 21st century reveals that modern cultural environment is no longer conceivable without participatory digital life. In the digital world, cultural diversity is vibrant, intense, and attractive, yet, just like in a physical reality, also risky, dangerous, and destructive. In this context, the principles of the Convention are reinforced and expanded in several aspects. First of all, keeping in mind that more than 1/3 of the population across the globe still lacks internet access, the Convention advocates reducing the digital divide to ensure that people worldwide have access to digital cultural content regardless of geographical, socioeconomic, or political circumstances. In digital area, the Convention also has the task of promoting the development of the digital creative economy, protecting local and regional digital content, and supporting digital heritage and national media. At the same time, it is important to remain aware of the risks that arise from an imbalance between freedom and responsibility in digital environment. As Assistant Director General for Culture of UNESCO, Ernesto Ottoni, pointed out, member states should harness technological innovations responsibly to ensure that they enhance rather than erode human creativity and the diversity of culture and linguistic expression. I myself went through all the statements of Latvia, and I can confirm that Latvia expressed its position regarding the diversity of cultural expressions in the digital environment immediately after its election to the Intergovernmental Committee in 2017, inviting the member states to pay attention to how artificial intelligence interacts with reality and how it affects people's everyday lives. Can we be sure that artificial intelligence will be and will remain just a tool and not something that people will end up following? Latvia's current position, expressed at the last 18th session in February 2025, emphasized that it is important to balance the freedom offered by digital environment with responsibility at the national and international level, recognizing the risks and proactively working on digital literacy initiatives and monitoring systems that protect us and users and prevent risks such as cyber attacks on digital heritage, ignoring or losing the authorship of the digitalized knowledge, concentration of culture and content on a few dominant platforms that's threatening the diversity of cultural expressions and accessibility to culture and art products, and also risks of marginalization of traditional cultural practices, which arise under the influence of the possibilities offered by metaverse, especially with regard to face-to-face performing arts events, galleries, museums, etc. Latvia also considers it's particularly important to protect languages and strengthen their role in the digital environment. Anyway, culture must be an integral part of the digital development debate. Otherwise, we risk marginalizing the cultural sector, particularly in the context of the post-2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. It is essential to recognize that there is no future in the digital environment without culture. Currently, during the 10th Conference of the Parties, member states agreed to address the challenges posed by the digital environment and artificial intelligence with a view to adopting a dedicated digital governance protocol in 2029. This will represent a significant milestone for cultural policies in the digital age. The Digital Governance Protocol will stand as a statement to the recognition, protection, and promotion of a diverse, vibrant, and free culture at the foundation of human development in the digital era. Latvia, the UNESCO Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions, ratified, as I said before, ratified in 2007, and continues to participate as a full and active state party. Latvia has also played a significant role in the Convention's governance structure, and it was first elected to the Intergovernmental Committee for the 2017 until 2021 term, during which Latvia was represented by me. And after a period outside the committee between 2021 and 2023, Latvia was elected again at the 8th Conference of Parties in 2023 for a second term on the Intergovernmental Committee until 2027. So Latvia's representation in the Convention's mechanism strengthens its ability to take part in decision-making processes that shape global approaches to cultural diversity. It also reinforces Latvia's cultural diplomacy and provides opportunities to highlight the country's experience in supporting cultural expression, creativity, and cultural development on the whole. So, the 2005 UNESCO Convention both encourages action and shows the way. As a nation grounded in the principle of Western democracy, we are accustomed to taking the diversity of cultural expressions as something self-evident, often forgetting how fragile and vulnerable cultural heritage, indigenous languages, artistic freedom and media independence can be in the face of global challenges. The principles of the 2005 Convention are now more important than ever, not only as an abstract framework for cultural and educational policymakers, but also so you can read yourself because I lost. I was so afraid about my time. So instead of a conclusion, so I wanted to show you one picture and probably kind of share a case of artistic interpretation that, in my opinion, particularly vividly reflects the current situation, not only in Latvia, but in global context. Probably somebody can say what is this picture and who is the author. No, nobody knows. Oh. Yes, it is Picasso, Pablo Picasso, and the mural created by him is titled The Fall of Icarus. And today, this mural, accepted as a significant artistic and symbolic element of the UNESCO headquarters. I always had difficulties and kind of cognitive dissonance with this mural because I could not understand why the fall of Icarus is significant in the UNESCO context, especially in the context of 2005 Convention, which is in complete opposition to the popular interpretation of the Icarus myth usually reduced to the idea that the story of Icarus is a cautionary tale about arrogance, the danger of ambition, or lack of moderation. However, to my opinion, the myth of Icarus is actually about humanity's dreams, about the desire to fly and to strive toward the sun, toward light, toward knowledge. At its core lies the courage and creativity of the inventor and the explorer. Nevertheless, the story goes that when Picasso completed the mural for the UNESCO headquarters in 1958, he had originally proposed the title, The Forces of Life and Spirit Triumphing Over Evil. However, because the Cold War was at its peak, UNESCO diplomats and politicians feared that the title and the possible interpretation of evil could be read as politically accusatory, especially by Soviet Union and Soviet bloc. So to avoid diplomatic tension, Luther Evans, who served as Director General of UNESCO at that time, forced Picasso to agree with proposed new title of the mural as The Fall of Icarus. To my mind, now is the right time to reconsider and restore the original title and not to yield to the diplomatic or political bows made in the face of evil, whether or a local or global level. Let's Icarus never fall. Thank you so much.
Professor, thank you, Professor. Now is time to ask any questions to Professor Mukta. So the floor is still yours, and I open the floor also if there are any questions from the audience. Yes, please.
Thank you, Professor, for an insightful presentation. I have a question as regards to one of the slides. You mentioned...
The microphone, sorry.
Oh, yeah. I was curious about this one slide. So there was a statement by the Latvian committee, and I looked at this one bullet point. It said that obviously they noted that there is a presence of the certain platforms that dominate. And I suspect the underlining message was mostly those are US-based platforms. So what was their response?
I'm sorry, meaning film pro.
Yeah, not only but we will look at also with the AI
yes,
technologies, it's
exactly.
the same issue, and particularly with the last time, as remember, there was this Munich Security Conference. The United States Vice President said point blank that he will make sure the United States dominates AI market, right? So I was curious about, so Latvians issued the statement. What was the response, or was there any response? What was any reaction to the fact that, yes, we are going to do some kind of strategic policy paper as to counter US-based dominance?
Yeah. Those dominant platforms keepers are United States, as you know, right noticed, and they are withdrawal. They are participant from this convention and from UNESCO at all until the next year, the end of the next year. So there is no reaction from America. Still, we have very good, understandable colleagues from Canada, from Finland, from other Western European countries, and they understand our problems very well. So we are cooperating with them, and we are promoting those principles to the final documents of our decisions of a session. So that's how it goes.
Thank you. Any other questions? Am I being blinded by the light? No, I don't think I see any other hands. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you, audience. Next, we will be joined by Marion Carré over Zoom, I believe. So I hope the technologies will function smoothly. Yes, there we are. Hello, Marion. Can you hear us? We can't hear you yet. I guess.
I can hear you.
We go. All right.
Hi.
I'm assuming it's going to be immediately regulated. So while I introduce you, so Marion Carré is an entrepreneur, an artist, and an author whose work explores the intersections of art and artificial intelligence. Marion is an author of several books on this subject, the latest of which is titled The Moving Walkway Paradox: Resisting Intellectual Complacency in the Age of AI. She's also co-founder and president of Ask Mona, a company that applies AI to spark curiosity and expand access to knowledge. And Marion's talk today is titled Escaping the Moving Walkway Paradox, Cultural Homogenization in the Age of AI, and How to Move Beyond It. Marion, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you so much for the introduction. I'm joining from Paris today, but I will be in Riga in 2 weeks. So as you mentioned, I'm exploring this topic of culture and artificial intelligence from a diverse perspective, and someone who creates AI solutions, but also someone who think about them more strategically, as you expressed. And today I would like to talk about my last book, The Moving Walkway Paradox, and to explain this issue of cultural homogenization. And to do it, I will do it through this image of the moving walkway paradox. And we are going to explore this full cycle of the issue of cultural homogenization and also how we can get out of it. So to start, when we start to use AI to help us be more creative, we often have this narrative of AI as a rescue of creativity. And I'm sure you noticed in your everyday life that we have this kind of constant pressure to be creative in your personal life, in your professional life also. And this pressure to be creative can lead to what we call the writer's block, which is not only a problem for writers or creatives, this blank page issue where when you don't feel any inspiration, you don't have any creativity. And it's been a while that we have solutions that are here to help us be more creative, such as yoga, hypnosis, also neuroscience and psychology have explored this field. And today we have AI that is here as a kind of a new miracle cure, something we think as a magic wand effect that will help us be more creative. And when we explore the way the slogans of AI platforms such as Gemini, who's Google Assistant, or Claude, which is the one from Anthropic, we can see these ideas of AI helping us be more creative. For example, your ideas amplified, or chat to bring your ideas to life. So this is something that is very strong in the narratives around generative artificial intelligence. And today, if we focus on the creative process, we can see that AI can be used at every step of what has been described by Graham Wallace, from the preparation, so the first kind of input, to verification, which is the last phase where you have an idea and you're thinking about how you're going to express it and to go deeper. And so this effect of AI helping us be more creative is something that has been also highlighted by several studies. So it has a performative effect because when people use AI, part of them feel that it helped them be more creative. And there is a first trap here because when we use AI in the creative process, it can lead to a form of creativity, of course, but this creativity somehow can be more productive, profitable, and predictable because we won't have this kind of blank page effect again. We want people to have an idea right now, this idea to be the best idea as possible. So it's changed our perception of creativity, and it helps us make it something more, I would say, efficient or productive, which can be the opposite of what is actually to be creative. And so if we move to the next step, another effect of the use of generative AI tools is acceleration. This obsession with speed is something that we know since decades. We have built machines to help us move faster, think faster, and we have this whole culture of speed, from high-speed trains to binge watching, for example, when you look at a lot of series in a limited time. And various philosophers think about this pressure of time that we see nowadays, such as Asmuth Rosa, who expressed that our daily life is limited by deadlines, calendars, and also time limits. And if we look at also the impact of generative AI, various studies have shown this impact of speed that it can lead to, for example, on artists' creative productivities that can produce more in less time. Same thing for scientific publishing that you can do twice faster. So we have a lot of narratives around speed, and also studies who try to measure the speed that we can gain with artificial intelligence. And this leads to a first paradox, which is this question of, is AI really helping us save time? And I love this image from Asmuth Rosa, who talks about the fact that 40 years ago, for example, we would have to write 10 letters a day. And this could take us, for example, 2 hours. And today, if we have to write 10 emails, let's say that it's going to take us only 1 hour. So we could think that, okay, thanks to AI, we have saved time. But the issue is that today we don't just receive, I don't know for you, but me, I don't just receive 10 emails a day. I receive hundreds of them. So in the end, I haven't saved time with this kind of technological improvements. I have even more work to do. And we can imagine that with AI, it's going to be the same because we will be used to be more and more productive and efficient. So we will be willing to do more instead of trying to do what we were doing before, but with more time and more quality, which are the things that we often use about generative AI most of the time. Okay, we will be able to do something with more sense and have more time to do things, but I'm afraid it's not the path we are going to follow. And this leads also to what I call an impatient bias, which means that once you start to do something with AI and that you know that the AI can do it for you very quickly, you won't be able to do it on your own because you will start to feel this kind of laziness when you prefer to rely on AI instead of doing it by yourself. And there is a risk arising here, which is the fact that you will start to pick ideas before they mature because thinking takes time, and being quicker and quicker as possible all the time can affect the quality of ideas we produce. And so this leads to the third aspect of this moving walkway paradox, which is the dependency. Because, and this is where the parallel with the moving walkway comes. When this invention arose more than 100 years ago, it was something that was very frightening people and fascinating them at the same time, as we can see today with artificial intelligence. But today, when we take a moving walkway, it's something that we don't think about. We just go on the moving walkway and we take it, and we're not afraid about it. We don't even think about the fact that we're going to take one. We just see it and we take it. And even sometimes when it's not working, we're still taking it because we have this habit of taking the moving walkway because we think it's going to be the quickest option. And with AI, it's the same. We start to have this habit of using AI because we think we are going to be more quick with it, and we start to have this relationship of delegation. It starts with the idea of assistants, and all of those AI solutions present themselves as assistant, copilots, agents, which leads us to think that we still have a strong agency on the tool, and that's not just an assistant, so just something doing something for us. But this idea can be misleading because if we think about how AI are shaped, they are not neutral. They are trained on various sources of data that we are going to talk about. So this idea can be misleading. And also it can lead to algorithm laziness, and with this issue of trusting more and more the machine and trusting it too much, we start to take just what AI is offering us without thinking about thinking about how this idea is the right idea, is the right way to express it. We just start to copy paste more and more, and it has been studied by scientists with the risk of having a system zero who arrives. And this refers to the Kahneman concept of the system one of thinking, which is this kind of fast instinctive thinking, versus system two, which is the fact to have more like strategic thinking. And the system zero is the habit we start to build to delegate cognition to AI, and sometimes it can be very interesting. For example, if you need to do a complex processing of data that you can't do on your own. But if you start to use AI each time you have something difficult to think, then you will start to rely and to be dependent on AI more and more, and to have this kind of cognitive depth that we have observed with, for example, over-reliance on GPS. And so we start to go into this kind of quagmire because of the infinite loop of data used by artificial intelligence, which needs a lot of data. But when we look at the composition of the data that are used to train artificial intelligence, we can see that there is a cultural and linguistic dominance, which is related with the fact that the content available online that was used to train AI is mostly available in English, and some languages are almost absent. There is also this issue of the encoded values of AI, and it has been studied that those big AI models, the LLM, they are more close with some cultures than others. And so this can lead to symbolic annihilation, and the fact that some cultures are going to be completely absent of the way AI is talking and interpreting the world. So this can lead to discrimination. And also with this issue of the fact that AI needs more and more data to be trained, and is trained more and more on data available online, this can lead to what we call diversity collapse, which means that the AI models are going to share more and more homogenized contents, which all look the same with less diversity in terms of words and also cultural diversity and the way it's expressed itself about the world, and this is a real risk that can lead to standardization, which is the fact of how AI, if we depend too much on it, can make us create more like homogeneous ideas. And various studies have expressed how AI can help us as individuals be more creative, but as a collectivity to produce the same idea and to produce more uniformized ideas. And that's a real risk that can lead to this kind of averageness of ideas. And perhaps you heard about those issues of AI slop, which is this kind of AI content who looks at the first look, it looks like something perfect for what you would expect, for example, as a report or as a note produced by your colleague. But once you read it, you can see that it's completely empty and it's lacking performance. It's just like a very low quality content, but that has been shaped by artificial intelligence. And this can lead to this, what I call this kind of fast food of thoughts, when we are used to mass-produced ideas, optimized for speed and convenience rather than depth. But if I'm here today, it's because I think that we can go out of it and we can find a way to change the moving walkway into a treadmill when we use AI not just to do things for ourselves and to delegate blindly to AI, but as a tool who help us be more like creative and be more strong in the way we think. And to do that, we need first to take back control of the AI imaginaries, because the issue we have with this technology is that we think of it as something intelligent, and we have this anthropomorphization attitude towards it, because, for example, we are polite with it. We can say, hello, thank you, please, can you do that for me, even if it's just a machine. We also benchmark it against human-like tasks, for example, be able to success the bar exam. And the consequence that it has is that we are building those machines to surpass humans, which is completely vain in my point of view. And we also have this kind of science fiction stereotypes that completely bias the way we see the relationship with this kind of machine. And the narrative is also tricky because we have this willingness of being more like efficient and kind of better human beings if we're able to use AI, versus we're scared of being completely outdated if we don't use AI soon. So there is this big pressure to adopt AI, and I think this idea of adoption is a trap. Because it makes us think that we should use it as it is, and that, as usual, we don't have a word to say. We're just here to put some prompts in the machine, and that's all we can do, and we don't have to think about how this machine is built, what kind of technological choices are made. And I think we need to go out of it to be able to regain agency toward the machine. And the step further to it is to be able to delegate to the machine, but to do it with more discernment. And this is what I call the conditions of enlightened delegation. And for me, there are four important conditions. The first one is to have a prior expertise of what we try to delegate to the machine, because otherwise you will depend on the machine and won't be able to assess what it has produced. The second one is to be aware of AI limitations, so you will know what you can expect or not out of the machine. The third one is to be able to accept that you need time, even if you want to save time, you need time to think about the way you are going to use AI, and also to think about what AI has produced. Is it aligned or not of what you wanted to say and express? And the fourth one, which is really connected to the first one, the third one is what I call the fact that we need to keep the first and the last mile of thoughts, which means that we need to be at the origin of the thinking, and to be also the last mile, which means that we should always be behind artificial intelligence to look at it, what it has produced. And by doing it, I think we can use AI as a way to strengthen and not numb. And there is various ways of using AI that people don't think about most of the time. And for me, I think what is very interesting is to use AI to think against yourself. So, for example, to find the limits of your own reasoning or some counter arguments. And I think that's the real value of AI, to be an agent of decentering, not something that is here to just say how it's good, you have a good idea, or to do things for you, but to be more like a kind of challenger that can help you go further in your thinking. And the last thing, to be able to find the balance with AI, is to be able to develop this technology in a way that preserves our intellectual autonomy. So for it, there are various aspects, but I think the one which is interesting for us today is the cultural and linguistic diversity in the datasets, to make sure that AI reflects the diversity of ideas and culture in general, to be able also to reduce bias and to have more pluralistic models, because the way they are built today is that they want to share a single average on opinions or facts, but we need to have a more diverse approach to be able to have this tool being something more inclusive, to reflect more global opinions, and not something that just align on the dominant culture and dominant language to shape and to share their values. So I hope I respect the timing I was given for, and that we might have some time for questions.
See if our audience already have any questions for you. Am I seeing any hands? Yes, please. Let's wait for the microphone. Oh, there it is.
Thank you for your presentation. Do you hear me well?
Not.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah, I think I can hear you.
Okay. So I'll have very short couple of questions. Okay. Now, do you hear me well now? Yeah,
Perfect.
good. Okay. So a couple of questions that are somewhat interrelated. The first one is, I looked at your slide, obviously the one which is immediate, that the prompts are English dominated. And so your reflection, I wanted to hear in your artistic practice, when you enter prompts in French as opposed to English, what is the result, and would you have any reflections on that? And then the second question is, I was curious, because it sounded like your argument was that there's something in AI as technology or technologies deficient in themselves that put this homogenization, what I would call a propaganda model. And Chomsky talks a lot about that when he says, like, that his famous phrase, the best way to keep censorship is to have to have illusion of democracy where you let people talk among themselves, but then you have a confinements and they bubble, but in fact it's a censorship. But from my perspective, AI as technologies, it's not only bottom-up processes, top-down process, would deliberately, there are these images fed that create the censorship and have a taboo. For instance, if you say, well, give me the image of abortion, right? It immediately will block you. We see that kind of censorship on the issues of political discussions, right? And I don't think they are within the technology themselves. They're actually deliberately fed. And so maybe you could reflect a little bit of what I asked.
Thank you so much for your question. A lot of things to say about it. The first about French versus English and my artistic experiments. So of course, when you speak French, you have these ideas, this issue of the models not being ready in French at the beginning. So it's the same for a lot of non-English speakers. When you want to try technology, when it just has been created, you have to use it in English most of the time. So you have to, your own language is not strong enough to be able to be used to leverage this technology. So this is a big frustration as users. And I'm traveling a lot with Ask Mona and what I'm doing, and I can see that, for example, last time I was in Asia and people were complaining about the fact that even if they speak English, their accent is not understood by AI. So you have this issue of discrimination and bias. And the bias, I was also able to explore them through artistic experiments where I ask a prompt, for example, about, now I was putting a historical image on AI and ask for a description, and the description was really biased with this issue of gender bias. And it also has been demonstrated by various studies, this issue of cultural bias, because you have some cultural artifacts, for example, that are not understood by AI. And for the book, I did this experiment where we have a museum in Paris, which is the museum, the Quai Branly Museum, with art from all around the world. And I took the name of a music instrument from Algeria, and I put it I asked an image generation model to generate an image of it. And so, of course, the model didn't know about this music instrument, so it wasn't able to show an image of the music instruments, but it shows some very biased image of this kind of imaginary towards I don't remember, maybe I think I remember that I've seen some kind of camels or like some very cliche ideas around this creature. So I was kind of it was very strange to see this output from the artificial intelligence itself. And moving to the second part of the question, which is this issue of filters. Of course, as a user, you feel that the AI is going to produce what you asked for with this prompt that is the only thing you can do as a user, but we don't see the filters that are behind it. And for example, it has been shown that when you want to generate an image, there are kind of additional filters that are added by the system to make the image look better, or to avoid you to generate some problematic image. It's the same with text. And this is interesting because talking about problematic image, text, or topics, so of course we agree of some kind of a universal aspect. For example, we don't want people to be able to know how to create bombs out of it, and I think we can all agree on this path. But for other aspects, it can be related to cultural values. With these studies I've shared about the proximity of LLMs, which are more close to specific cultures than to others. And you also have on top of it this issue of censorship. When we talk about, for example, Chinese large language models, if you ask some problematic aspects from a political perspective, you won't be able to generate image about, for example, a Tiananmen or things like that. So it's really interesting to think that those tools are not neutral. And of course, I'm very convinced that they are tools. So it's as human, we have an agency and we can have an impact on it, which can be individual or collective. But it's not neutral tool because they are built in some way. They embed some data which reflects some cultural value. So we don't think that they are just selling a kind of a pure truth. They are showing something that is embedded in cultural values.
Thank you. Any other questions? Am I seeing any hands?
Yes, I have.
Yes. Professor Mukt Pavela.
Thank you so much for very rather not inspiring, but very precise presentation. Just I'm curious, probably you know the Yuval Harari some couple of weeks ago, he claimed that he's writing his last book ever because AI is doing it much better and quicker than him. And it's of course quite pity because at least our students loves his books very much. What do you think about this necessity of a human generating publications, books and texts nowadays and in the future, of course? And should we think about a totally rearrangement of research results, dissemination politics? Is it needed at all? What do you think about it?
Thank you so much for this question that allows me to speak about the process of writing this book, because there is a reflection in the book, and I'm expressing my position towards AI and writing in the book, because in my daily life as a professional, I use a lot of AI to write things for me. And I published book before, but when I wanted to write this one, it was really tricky for me and very hard, as when you're used to write with your computer and then you suddenly want to write something with your hands. And it's painful, and that's the way I feel at the beginning. And I was having this kind of bad habits of comparison between what I wrote and what the AI wrote, and I was kind of feeling that the AI wrote it better. So it was very tough for me to start to write this book. And at some point, I had to decide that I won't use AI anymore to write something, and I won't compare myself to AI. And I did it for a while, and it started to get better, and I started to be able to write again and be happy about what I wrote. And then I thought, okay, I can use AI as a way to kind of edit myself, as an editor would do, for example, to find what are the misspelling or this kind of issues or like repetition in what I wrote. And so I start using AI to do it. But then the AI offers me to rewrite some part of my text. And I was feeling, oh, the rewriting is better. I should use it. But then I saw sometimes that the AI kind of changed what I wanted to say. So, for example, at some time I wanted to express something about something bad about AI, but it was changed in a more good way for AI, in the way the AI rewrite it. So I was like, okay, this is bad, I shouldn't do that anymore. And then I enter into a third phase when I start to use AI only to think about against myself. So I was writing a full chapter and, for example, asking AI about what do you disagree about, or what do you think is lacking or missing, or this kind of conversation you could have with a human being, but you can't have all the time, because as an author you are always thinking and living with your book, and you can't just talk to people around you about it, because they are going to be mad at you at some point. So the AI for that is interesting, not because of what the AI tells you, but about the new ideas it can create in your mind when you're reading what the AI is saying about what is lacking or missing, or like not strong enough. So this is, I would say, my testimony about how to write in the age of AI. But of course, we still need humans to write books, and it's not the same thing at all. And that's what I experiment with this book.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Marianne. I guess that's all the time we have for the Q&A. So thanks so much for your time logging on today with us. So thank you, Marianne.
Pleasure.
All right, our next speaker is Zane Shime. Is Zane here? Yes, there you are. Please welcome. Zane is an affiliated researcher at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, and a participant of the 6th Asia-Europe Foundation Higher Education Innovation Laboratory addressing the university's role in developing skills for an AI-powered future. Zane is also an author of numerous publications on science diplomacy, European research area, and innovations policies in Europe. And Zane's talk today is titled "The Prevalence of Human Ingenuity During Weird Defined AI Times." So we'll hear about what these weird AI times are. Thank you, Zane. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Such a pleasure. This is my 3rd edition of Cultural Crossroads, and I just wanted to thank all the organizers for the amazing work they've done, because you're going from strength to strength, and I really look forward to the 20th edition of this evolving, in most positive sense, event, and see how it unfolds. I have this absolutely fantastic opportunity to be a bit more also interactive with the previous presentations. So that's why I will not simply give you a quick overview of my thinking on AI, but also some references to very good points that were made by previous speakers that also echo some of my thinking. So there's a considerable like-mindedness among several of us. Okay, so as it was mentioned already in the introductory remarks, I have the pleasure to be part of the 6th edition of Asia-Europe Foundation's convened Asafino Lab. I strongly recommend all of the interested attendants to explore opportunities to join this AI, I would say, forum in the future. Because it's a great diversity of issue areas that are discovered and debated during these occasions. And I'm really happy to see the eloquent way in which Asia-Europe Foundation, as the only sustainably operated institution of Asia-Europe meeting, truly brings together Asia and Europe in its great diversity, and convenes these really insightful debates. Apart from that, in parallel, I have also had the opportunity to benefit from the doctoral course on contemporary methods for automatic and human knowledge organization hosted by Linnaeus University. And some of my thinking and ideas are also influenced by the reading and debates convened within this format. Okay, so just to quickly explain to you one of the abbreviations that is featured in my title, WEIRD. It refers to Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic. So these are the prevailing data sets on which the, let's say, frontier AI and mainstream AI that, as we know it today, is built. And then, of course, there is a myriad of new initiatives where specific localized data sets are developed and curated to enhance the overall diversity. But, the prevailing tools and industries are run on weird data. And why is that of concern? Not simply to, let's say, national specific context of Latvia and, its language policies and its, cultural environment in general, but also internationally, is because even the English-speaking countries, such as India, have expressed various doubts about the cultural implications of this type of data set when it's put in motion to evaluate human beings, categorize human creations, and manage societal processes. And as you can see in the UNESCO report that I have referenced on the slide, it actually expresses concerns that, in the overall pursuit of India to offer more opportunities to diverse parts of society, what AI does is actually goes in the opposite direction. With weird type of data sets that are so foreign to certain societal contexts of India, it actually gives more harm than the caste system that was there before. In terms of, stratifying society and deepening the silos that are already there. So adding a new layer of silos, a new type of universalism that can be, very easily questioned. And I'll show you with some visual examples how it can be questioned. And cultural sector is not alone in terms of being affected by this solutionist hype that technology will solve everything. And actually, it's, as we heard in the previous presentation, it gives speed, it's easy, etc. I wrote in response to some of these solutionist hypes a policy brief roughly a year ago. And it was in response to some of the technological optimism that was expressed, questioning the need of such grand gatherings as AI Summit that was convened by the former British Prime Minister Sunak. Saying, why do we need these massive amounts, these official delegations, massive amounts of people or nations, convening photo shoots and all that? It could be all easily solved with one click. Well, not exactly. And to curb in these type of ways diplomatic processes that are long established, and not just because they are long established, but they are societally responsive, is erroneous. So culture in that sense is not alone when it is being treated at certain instances with these kind of claims that you can shorten amount of time, you can cut costs, and all these other type of really flawed assumptions and claims. Combined with, the position that certain AI tools are the solution for that. So just to be very simple in terms of, the stance that I have presented, and you have already, come across some of my points, is that art will remain relevant. So I don't join in the bandwagon of those that are saying AI is fundamentally transforming art and it will no longer be the way it was before. Yes, it will have an impact on art and, cultural sectors, but art as we know it today, and we've seen it for centuries, will not evaporate. It will evolve, and as it was mentioned, in the opening remarks about social effects, it will take on board certain traits. And, the other point that you see on the slide is that artificial intelligence replicates existing biases and silos. So that goes with the speed. With the speed, what you get is basically replication of the existing. That's how language models, large language models, from their very beginning, as they were mainstreamed, starting from 2022, with the emergence of mass use of ChatGPT, that's how it evolved. It's reproducing linguistic combinations, guessing the next word that sounds competent for the specific, prompt inquiry. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay. I mean, it has evolved, and there are more fancier now applications, more expensive technologies. But here, I'm really talking about, the mainstream tools that are somewhat, within the reach of most of the organizations. and the material that is flooding in the public space. And here, just to conclude with this main argument, is what I cannot help stress enough is that the true value of art is experiential, individual, and collective. And that has gone nowhere away over the past technological developments that we also heard about today during the first presentation. Okay, opera or ballet attendance, they're still crowding opera houses and various other prominent venues where these events are taking place, even when they have really not that comfy or not that good seats. Because, all the best seats were already sold out when they clicked on, buying the ticket online or, going to the store in person if you want to be really vintage. And they crowd into these spaces for that in-person experience, irrespective of the fact that oftentimes you can get nicely curated video versions of these same performances online, even maybe with some more enhanced angles, maybe some slow motion edits, that give you like a sort of a sense of being closer to the performing artist. And even with all those technological enhancements that we've seen over the centuries, people still go to these places because it's about being in person there and having some kind of a really exceptional understanding of that performance, oftentimes. And not just following, some general and, so to say, authoritative opinions about it. And so I like to play around with words. And one of the words that I've come up recently is slort. I often, it came as a resistance towards calling all these really cheap and disputable quality synthetic audiovisual material that is flooding the public space as art or creations that have something to do with art. So I combined the two, and I'm very happy to say that, prior to this presentation, I had the opportunity, thanks to the Latvian Academy of Culture, to visit Latvian radio and to give some introductory remarks regarding this presentation and the event as a whole, so what we're debating today. And the journalists there were absolutely fantastic in terms of giving me also, for this, so to say, newly coined term, a Latvian version of it, šļurmāksla. I think it's so precise about, the quality of the content that is there. I should also warn you in advance. So I checked my inventiveness against some general results. So it turns out that Slord is a surname of, I guess, a man. So that you can check on Google Scholar. So it's kind of neologic type of invention. And also I checked it against more authoritative academic search engine, so we all know Primo, right? There's no such term before, so my inventiveness was with a certain level of novelty. And what do I understand with it? Because oftentimes we play around with terms we don't know, like, okay, so what do you actually mean when you talk about art, and what is not art in your understanding? So I'll give you some very basic examples of what I refer to as slort, as this mediocre type of reproductions that are inaccurate and somewhat really misleading, and there's nothing really intellectually compelling about them. First one, it doesn't take much effort to log in X or former Twitter and to authorize JRock to develop some visualizations. So these were the two attempts. Easy, quick. I wanted to come up with a visual that is not exactly a photo of the Latvian Academy of Culture. And you can easily see from these examples, it has nothing to do with any of the buildings of Latvian Academy of Culture. It simply reproduces some notions, widespread notions in the Western world and, prior, processed algorithmic data on how an Academy of Culture might look like, right? But absolutely inaccurate and have nothing to do with the local context and scenery of Riga in general even. Then Canva AI is giving me even better results. So I authorized it to generate an image, sketch in color, 4 to 3 dimensions. So the lower row that you can see, I simply typed Latvian Academy of Culture. I got like 4 absolutely distant results. I was like, okay, maybe I'm not being good enough as a basic user. I tried the second time and I uploaded Luza's Street View and typed the same, Latvian Academy of Culture, generate the images. Again, you can see the middle row. Well, nothing even close to what the Latvian Academy of Culture looks like. And then I tried the third, and then I was like, okay, I'm a really bad basic user, and this speed that AI gives me is giving no returns. So I wrote down, transform the photo into a sketch of the Latvian Academy of Culture. And I added, again, the Luza Street photo. Again, no better results. So where is the speed and where is the intellectual and visual magnitude? I wonder. Okay, and one more caveat that I have to mention. So I didn't use ChatGPT because to use ChatGPT, for example, if you don't log into it, you can't generate pictures. That's what it announces to you in response. And I didn't want to go into these intricacies. Okay, which version of ChatGPT did you use and what were the parameters? It gets super, super complicated. But with these 2 examples, I'm just saying, okay, when the parameters are hyper basic and I want a quick, impressive result, well, unfortunately, there's none. And the funny elements of it is like Latvian Academy of Culture. Why does it have a US flag on it? I mean, I would have to, even if I liked the picture itself and it was maybe a bit more accurate than, falsehood, I would have to edit out the flag because it's absolutely inaccurate. This one gets even better. This looks like a Western imperial heritage building. I'd say maybe Austrian, German type of origins. So we're still, in somewhere in the Western Europe, right? And then religious crosses. Why? I mean, I don't see the point, but okay. And then something, maybe a version of Latin was attempted, but it's not close to being accurate. So Lasvajanen, Latvianum would be more correct, yeah? So these kind of absurdities, where's the speed, where's the sound, where's the intellectual depth, where's the visual impression? I wonder. So, and it's not just about, pre-production phases of this kind of slop or sort. When we talk, about credible artists, experienced artists who have been inventive and creative and tried to embrace, the technologies of the future or present, there are a number of examples. And here's one quote of a failed attempt to copyright a successfully competitive artwork. Just because the legal assessments were not embracing, the latest technologies. You could claim, okay, academic publishing is so slow. That's an example from 2023, and it's published in 2025. And, the legal practice has evolved. Well, to be cautious, maybe in US, but I mean, in Europe, we still might come across these kind of instances. And for example, last month, I came across a presentation that in, for example, criminal court proceedings, there is still a heterogeneity of receptiveness towards AI-generated material, and whether that is considered to be used, when preparing judgments or not. So, I have certain level of certainty that this issue has not evaporated and has not been completely solved. So even after using AI, once your artwork is prepared and ready and has been publicly acknowledged, you still might come across major hurdles that are time-consuming, research-consuming, and demand extra expertise from either your hosting institution or some contracted legal experts. And then, besides, these visual and maybe, like author-related issues, it's about us as a society, where this is heading. And, I'm not being the first one who's addressing this issue. In the previous presentation, we heard similar remarks. So I'm questioning, is the AI hype leading towards a substantially degraded or complete inability to live, work, and express oneself without prompt-based content suggestions? Are we getting AI dependent? So there's, I see the risk, and many authors also do that, with the help of substantial systematic reviews of various data sets in the higher education context and elsewhere. that there is a risk of intellectual impoverishment because the AI user no longer wishes to use or is no longer able to exert some essential critical thinking and task independency. And I mean, there's a variety of terms that I use, but those that I've come across more often are metacognitive laziness, just, relying on the prompt because somehow the result that is generated by an AI appliance sounds convincing, good enough, will do. And then there's intellectual and creative atrophy. So it's about, your own independent standing as a creator. And what was mentioned by Secretary Tienge Beogo, if I pronounce it correctly, at the beginning. So where do you stand or you continue standing? On the margins of the AI algorithm or at the center of human-centered AI development? Yeah. I think I should wrap up. So thank you so much for your time. And if you're interested in some of my publications, I have publicly accessible Ørsted and Google Scholar profiles. Thank you.
Susanna, that's excellent. Thank you. Any questions from the audience at this point? Yes, please.
I have a question about the abbreviation WEIRD and about D in it, which stands for democratic. A lot of data comes from China and Russia, which cannot be called democratic by any stretch of imagination. Your talk on that.
Yeah. Very good point. And I addressed that also in this radio recording. It's oftentimes that we hear about, the demise of democracy nowadays. There are challenges to democracy being reported on almost on a daily basis across the world. So indeed, yeah, it's in a somewhat way reinforces the encouragement for those states that aspire to the Western liberal ideas to continue using the Western liberal technologies, because we see a very close interaction here that technologies have, as it was said at the beginning, social effects. They're not neutral. Technology is what we make of it. Technology is not objective. It is analytical, and according to the parameters oftentimes developed by a human. And it requires us, in democratic societies, oftentimes it is stressed, for example, in the Norwegian setting, that humans should be in the loop. To avoid these biases and silos from developing and promoting cohesive and sustainable societies. And here I would say and add with the examples that I mentioned to you today, anecdotal ones, basic user ones, that it's not just human in the loop. It should be a knowledgeable and experienced human in the loop. Because detecting the issues and solving the issues takes time. My very basic prompts do not generate even mildly sufficient results. It's anecdotal, but it's just to see that you need some basic understanding of the prompt architecture and various other functionalities. And to acquire those takes time. It's not as speedy and as efficient as it was marketed somewhat 2-3 years ago. And all of us, irrespective of our AI literacy and expertise, have come across this at one point or another.
Thank you. Anyone else? Maybe I can use my chair's privilege then for a quick question. I wonder, so you illustrated in a very simple but compelling way how AI can not so easily replace an artist's creation. So what are your views on the on the risks of AI for the labor market, say for the creative sector? Are those risks overstated? We're hearing that the threats are to such and such percentage of the jobs being taken away. We're hearing about graphic designers and similar professions that are being taken out in a way by AI. What are your views on that?
I'm going back, to my initial stance with optimism that human craft will not go out of any type of demand. So yes, there might be some experiments with replacing humans with some functionalities of AI. We saw that we see that also in Latvia in other sectors than just culture. So it's cross-cutting. But well, just wait for a year or two. We'll start to see the results of that. And human in the loop is not a luxury. Human in the loop is a vital necessity, because on so many occasions, these technologies show that you need careful supervision, and it oftentimes is a very time-consuming, human-demanding, and various type of resource-demanding supervision. So I do not join those who say that many artists and creatives will go out of work. It's again, coming back to what I said about this experiential component of art. Art is oftentimes echoing some kind of unique expressions of various types of symbols, of cultural codes that cannot be easily replicated, and as you saw from the very basic examples that I gave to you today, with very basic AI technologies. So there is actually no efficiency in that. And on many instances, I believe that artists would create much more versatile, much more evocative creations, maybe just, with a hand and a pen, and much faster than I was trying, to juggle around with these visuals that I showed you today.
Thank you so much, Sanne. I guess that's it for our time today. Thank you, Sanne. We'll be moving on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Natālija Černiecka. Please, Natālija, she's a Chief Executive Officer of the National Artificial Intelligence Center of Latvia. Ms. Černiecka has over a decade of international experience in information technology, data processing, and artificial intelligence. And she previously led the Deep Tech Talent Initiative. Right. She previously led the Deep Tech Talent Initiative by the European Institute of Technology and Innovation, which has skilled 1 million people in deep tech fields across Europe. She has also served as Business Development Manager at TerraLab, Director of Partnerships at Open Classrooms, and a visiting professor at Keio University in Japan. And Ms. Černiecka's talk today is titled Bridging Policy, Ethics and Innovation, the Role of the National AI Center in Shaping Responsible AI for Societal Transformation. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this introduction. And every time I'm invited by cultural organizations or entities to speak, and it's the third time in my short stint, less than 2 months as Director of National AI Center, I feel that I've been invited as a devil's advocate. Spoiler alert, I spent 15 years of my career in cultural heritage, working on Greek manuscripts and using technology to decipher them. We can talk about it during the break, but I will start with the basic premise that AI is not a religion, it's not magic, it's a set of tools. And generative AI, because it's so apparently easy to use, is what we are mostly as consumers familiar with, but there are many, many other tools which are much more useful than generative AI, like ChatGPT and its cousins. So the title of my talk is very big. Policy, Ethics, Innovation, Shaping Responsible AI for Societal Transformation. The center is very small and very new, so perhaps I will give you a little overview of what the center is, what actually we are planning to do at this stage. It's more about plans rather than results, and then give my take on AI and cultural sectors, because I would say immediately AI needs culture and creativity. And also we as humanity, we also need culture and creativity. Let's go on. So this is some key facts about AI Latvia. So that's sort of our domain. It was set up and funded by Latvian state. It's regulated by the law, which could be read by everyone. And we have, as I said, it's a small structure. We have a board of 9 people representing industry, universities, and ministries. Director, that's me, and secretariat, which includes 3 lawyers. And our overarching goal is to foster collaboration between the public sector, industry, and academia in adoption and development of AI. And we have some strategic areas, which is education, very clear, security, very clear where we are in geopolitically, healthcare, public sector, and something which is important, Latvian language and cultural heritage. Previous speakers, Marion from France. French is a very big language, but even for French, AI does not give the result as it gives for English. We are a very small percentage of the linguistic variety of the world, and so it's important for us that our history and our language is included. Okay, let's go on. So AI Center in Latvia, it's unique, but it's not unique, obviously, in Europe and in the world. It's a landscape that exists in many countries, different models. And here I'm speaking about only this type of centers which are set up by government and which include some coordinating roles, like Nordic model, Nora in Norway, FK in Finland, AI Sweden, all obviously in Sweden. There's another model that ministries, so units in the ministries coordinate AI. There are applied research centers, very popular in Germany, like DFKA or Fraunhofer, some of them are specialized in AI. AI centers at universities. France is a champion of that. Several universities join forces together and set up an AI labs. ICAI is in Netherlands, and AI centers in what we call HPC, high performance computing facilities, Barcelona Supercomputing Center, for example, Cineca in Italy, Poznan Supercomputing Center in Poland. There are specialized AI centers. They take one country, particularly in big countries, you might decide to take one particular topic and dedicate efforts to that, like AI Safety Institute in the UK. And there are also AI centers in companies which are supported by government to large or small extent, and I quote here Criteo because it's in France and because Criteo is a French company. And all these centers do a variety of tasks. Some of them are more research-oriented, some of them are more coordinating or orchestrating roles. Very interesting model for us is this Netherlands Research Center, which creates these labs where, for example, there is a topic and you need a variety of players to resolve this topic, and the center assembles a team and works on this particular topic. So we are still exploring our model. As I said, we are very small and very new, but this is interesting for us. So what are our priorities? Number 1 is boosting AI skills on every level. And we distinguish AI skills, AI literacy, and AI awareness. So AI skills are people who are basically maybe trained by Riga Technical University, Latvian University, other universities, people who can develop and deploy AI models, people with technical background competent in a variety of technical roles. When we talk about AI literacy, these would be the people, professionals in a variety of fields, medical, security, culture, and creativity, who can use AI in a safe, responsible, and productive way, so we don't create AI slop or AI slot, right? This is not the goal. And AI awareness is basically directed at everyone, a proverbial man on the street, because people need to know what are deep fakes. People need to sort of orient themselves in this overproduction of AI-generated content. People need to be able to learn to discern, and I'll come to the word of discernment later on. Strengthening the AI ecosystem in the country, this is very important. We have a variety of players, and our role is to make sure these players talk to each other. We don't want to tread on their toes, but we want to help them. A regional European international collaboration is another priority. AI adoption in priority sectors is another priority. Public sector is obviously one, security again, and healthcare is another. And what I mentioned, promoting inclusion of Latin language and cultural heritage in AI systems. This is my vision, which is very, very aspirational. So you see Latvia in the middle. In AI adoption, we are in like a middle range pupil. We want to be better pupils. And so the vision is to become top 10 countries globally in 5 years. I think everyone wants to be number 1 or number 2 or number 3. From my point of view, even if we move slightly more to the left, would be very good for us. So the question is what we are going. I said that we don't want to tread on anyone's toes because there is a number of players in AI ecosystem. And what do we want to do with the question of this responsible AI, ethical AI, safe use of AI? This is one of the capabilities we are going to develop internally. My first 2 months on the job, I'm basically meeting everyone I can to understand what is needed, where are the gaps, because many things are being done, again, they're very established good players, but we want to start doing something where we see clear need and where we can develop in-house capabilities. So ethical guidelines of ethical use of AI, responsible AI, providing services to the community inside the country, but also getting involved in international dialogues on this topic. This seems to be a very big gap. There is no entity right now who owns this conversation, and so that I see that this is one of the things we can really do something for the country, for the community, and also for the global dialogue, because in the global dialogue, as many of us, of previous speakers mentioned, every voice counts. We are a small country, but we come with our history, with our cultural heritage, with our vision of the things. And now AI and culture. So I will start by this quote, which is probably a couple of years old, by Polish AI practitioner who was reflecting why this promise of AI, like AI came as a technology, came as a giant promise to cure cancer, to create this growth and prosperity, to unleash human potential. But instead, she said, well, what we have is, the AI tools, you can do art and writing. And she said, I want AI to do my laundry and dishes so that I can do art and writing, not the other way around. And now this is a couple of years, this quote is a couple of years old, but now we see that this promise and utility to human being, sort of this gap between this promise and utility and what is produced and what is rolled out on almost weekly basis, is this gap is widening. I would love to have a robot who cleans my house. This is not accessible on the market. What do we have? What are the latest products? We have Grogipedia, disinformation at scale, fantastic. We have video platforms which allows you to create deep fake videos at scale. Another great use of AI. And we can have chatbots, which allows sort of children and teenagers to have a personal, emotional, intimate conversation with some model that just predicts some words. This is clearly not curating cancer, this is not unleashing human potential, and this is not creating exponential growth. So we are living clearly in the age of AI hype. And I think culture, cultural heritage, is uniquely positioned for us to understand that it's hype, because we lived through other hypes before. Golden Rush, Gold Rush in California. People went there, and obviously it created the foundation of Californian richness, but it also, there were abuses, there were people that were dying, there was criminality. It was not a pretty time and not a pretty place to be around. So we can compare this rush for AI to this golden rush. And I think culture and creativity really can help us to put these things in perspective. First of all, it's a big sector. It employs millions of people in Europe. It's very varied, from book printing to video games, to fashion, to architecture, to music, to cinema. It creates billions in value. Someone pronounced the word craft. It creates these things which cannot be replicated by AI, pottery. People still want handmade pottery, that's it, or handmade gems, and now making fashion. So so we need cultural and creative sectors even more in this day and age of AI, because with this amount of information about the subpar product, particularly created by generative AI, we will need to rely even more on our uniquely human qualities: judgment, discernment, taste, elegance, critical thinking. What are the best ways to develop those qualities than by doing something cultural and creative? Perhaps there are, but I do not know of them. And so I said that, I feel every time I'm invited by cultural institutions, I think they think that I'm going to defend AI. Instead, I'm aligning on many aspects. And the previous two occasions, one of them was very particular occasion. It's exactly a case how we can use AI to be our servant, not our master. We have a catalog, joint catalog of Latvian museums, and this catalog now has a search with a conversational chatbot. So you can go there and say, well, I have memories from my childhood. My granny watched this particular film about certain limousine, and it was in summer. Can you give me a context? And it will tell you, yeah, we have this film, a limousine of a white night, summer color. And it will give you what kind of museums where you can go. This is a really excellent example of how AI tools can serve us, our purpose. This is one example. And another example, it's on the pictures. We this year, for those of you who are not from Latvia, this year for us is very, very special. We celebrate 500 years of first book printed in Latvian, and also books with very long histories. They really help us to put AI's hype in perspective. So 500 years for Latvian book. AI is just 70 years old. It's like a baby, right? It's this frantic baby. And book in a shape we have it now, it's probably 1,500 years, 1,000. And writing, it's 5,000, so it's really perspective. So culture, history, we need it in a perspective. And so this is a picture, one of the activities of this year is this Riga Manifesto for the Right to Read. And if you are in Latvia, you can sign it. I signed it, I contributed to the working group. I think it's extremely important for us to develop this critical thinking by reading, by engaging with artifacts, by practicing art. And probably we will definitely, as humanity, we will survive this hype of AI. We need to think what we want to bring with us. And I will conclude, because we are here in a cultural school, there's a sort of school cinema connection to this place. Several years ago, maybe it was 5 years ago, there was a Korean film, South Korean film, that won one of the big awards at Cannes Film Festival called Parasites. There are two families, right? One very rich, beautiful house, and another, not particularly rich, very small flat, and they want to make it up in the world. And there are a lot of lessons to learn from this film. But one of them is that we do not see any technology in the rich people's house, whereas the poor family, which also reveals its criminal tendencies in the film, they're glued to their smartphone, and this is something we should worry about. Right? We should worry about this AI will widen this digital divide, those people who can afford to read books and those people who don't even understand what value the book will bring. So, and from this, once again, we AI practitioners, we really need people from cultural and creative sector to be on our side, to advocate for the values that you are bringing to humanity, to today's society, with the experience that comes with your profession. And obviously, we're all going to learn how to use different AI tools. For the time, results of the Latvian Academy of Culture with American flag and fake Latin were hilarious to me, but we need to work together. So we will try, from AI Center of Latvia, we will try to help people with responsible guidelines, with ethical guidelines, also to advance AI literacy in the country across all the levels of the society. But let's work together with cultural professions because, as I said, critical thinking becomes indispensable as ever in this age of AI, and we need you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natalie. Thank you for that. Do we have any questions from the audience at this point? Maybe while you gather your thoughts, I can use the chair's privilege. We haven't yet talked really today about regulation, I think. And it's been on my mind. And given your role now as the head of the AI Center, I wonder what your views are. Yourself and other speakers have pointed now already to the various risks for social inequality, other issues. So, and say Marion Karain, her talk addressed some individual solutions to some of those risks that AI poses in our individual practice as writers, as creatives, as artists. What about collective solutions, say national regulation? And I'm wondering, and I'm mindful of, but I don't know what that means really, that the AI Center, I think it says it brings together the government, the industry, and the academia, and obviously those interests are different. And so what are your views on the need for regulation, and how do you think you are able to or are intending to bring those three perspectives together, and particularly thinking obviously of the business interest to well, probably have less regulation and more entrepreneurial freedom to use these tools as is possible for profit. So what are your views on that?
Yeah, this is an excellent question, and it's really not an easy answer because indeed interests can be very different, right? And on one hand, we do not want to stifle innovation, and on the other hand, we do not want to do something silly or clearly irresponsible. If you look at the historical perspective and look at the history of technology, for example, every technological progress moved faster than regulations about this progress. So let's take an example of, radiation, radioactivity is a story. And yes, and another aspect that people who invented something new, quite often they didn't believe that the invention could be harmful. This was like a question we were grappling about. How those people who invent AI, don't they think like these chatbots for children, don't they understand it could be harmful? But people are very blindful to they have blind spots about their creation. And again, as I said, history of technology can teach us a lot. And beautiful example that I always speak about is Maria Skłodowska-Curie, who did not believe that radium could be radioactive. And, they put, this radium into lipsticks or babies' food because they believed it's like a cure panacea. And then obviously regulation caught up. And then another example, cars, when cars, or airspace, airplanes used to crash, very frequently. Now it's a rare thing. So it was regulation, all kind of safeguards. So this is a very delicate balance. So we need, in Europe, we have a framework within which we operate. It's AI Act, there's sort of risk systems. And also in Latvia, the Ministry of Smart Administration and Regional Development develops guidelines for AI in public sector. I see my role, the role of the center is more sort of helping with this ethical approach and fostering the discussion about what it is to practice AI in a responsible way.
Yes, Professor Mukta-Pavel.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And you mentioned that we are important also despite how small or big we are. But can you be probably more precise? What is the point for small countries to establish and to spend money for on AI centers? And if there is no, and never will be the chance to get at the same level with the China, or USA, and what is the role and the impact and of a small countries, and what is the contribution to these large, huge AI landscapes?
It's really a discussion about, do we have agency or we just give up, right? So, and I think we do. And I think that it's important to, we survived as a nation because we didn't give up. Let's put it in a very clear context, despite very complicated neighborhood where we are situated. And so weird in this weird data, democratic, but it's, the world is moving away from democracy. We also see it, what happens. And in our neighborhood, it's very obvious for a number of centuries, I would say. And this is sort of one thing, right? So, there's no point of giving up, I would say. We have agency. And second, we really need to build strategic alliances. And we're living in this digital age, and strategic alliances don't need to be even geographical, although obviously we have a lot of affinities with Nordics countries on the one hand, and then the countries on the eastern frontier, like Poland and Ukraine, on the other hand. So we need to build these strategic alliances, and there is a new initiative called Nordic-Baltic AI, try to sort of speak with one voice in Europe on behalf of the region. And if we look at our cumulative wealth, and we have power. So yes, as a small country, we are small, but if we join our forces strategically with like-minded countries, be they in our neighborhood or further off, we can speak for ourselves and we can change or influence the events, including in AI. So that's my take on this question.
And we had one more question. Dr. Teplitz.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. And I'm curious a little bit about the last slide. Maybe I missed it. That was one, I think, on the issue of the critical thinking in AI. But my feeling is that if I misunderstood, and I apologize in advance, is that to me, critical thinking is not really related so much as to AI. I think if we talk about the Latvian educational system itself, I think there's insufficient component of critical studies in general across the board. And because AI for me does not amplify the lack of critical thinking or vice versa. Quite the opposite is true. Sometimes if you are very good with prompts, it can develop your critical thinking. And I think the issue probably is more that the critical studies component should be more amplified in the Latvian educational system than the issue with critical thinking AI is not going to be even an issue anymore.
Yes, yes, I agree with what you're saying. And my take was that, everyone says that we need to develop critical thinking, we need to teach critical thinking, we need to practice critical thinking. I don't think we have a recipe how to do it, but engaging with books, with culture, with artifacts, it's one of the ways of doing it. That's how humanity evolved. From very early ages by developing cultural heritage. So how in practice is going to happen in Latvian schools or universities, it's really outside my mandate. I mean, I have my ideas, right? If you want, I can tell you what I think we should do. But we would, from our point, we would express our view that keeping cultural subject reading on a curriculum is indispensable. There was this, before even AI, we were talking about this STEM, there's not enough STEM experts, STEM here, STEM there. And I think we sort of, as a society, evolved. We understand the value of STEM experts, but now people talk more about STEAM with art in the middle because we realize that just knowing how to do something is not enough. You need to understand why you're doing. And this question, why, is more aligned with critical thinking. So the whole point was that reading is one of the ways of cultivating it.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Natalie, for that. And now we have the honor. Thank you. We have the honor to be joined by the Latvian Minister of Culture, Agnese Lāce. So, Minister will close our first session with some remarks. So, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a true pleasure being here, and I'm sorry I couldn't be here earlier this morning. I was at the Parliament talking also about the importance of the cultural sector and the role that freedom of expression, freedom of creativity, the possibility to be engaged in policy making and to be recognized for your work, how important that is for the maintenance of our democracy and our democratic institutions. And I think that this conference obviously not only addresses many of the topicalities and transformations in the cultural sector, but also reaffirms the role of cultural institutions and knowledge and research for the healthy development of our societies. And I have to say that I've been meeting with Ms. Czerniecka on many occasions, which on the one hand obviously showcases that the issue of intersection between culture and AI development is something that is on our minds, probably because we want to assess the opportunities that it provides, but also because we must realize how both sectors will have to adapt. And it's not an easy task. We live in a challenging time, and it's not only about how the global security situation has changed, it's not about how the way we talk to each other has changed. It is also about how cultural boundaries have shifted, crossing the lines between countries, generations, and genres. And obviously, digital technologies they play a big role in this transformation and in transforming how we create and experience art. Yet, in this changing world, the role of culture remains constant, to connect people, to strengthen our diversity, and to give voice to what is human and what is important. Latvia's cultural diversity, from heritage to contemporary art, from amateur movements to national institutions, is our wealth and something that we're very proud of and that we protect. Our mission is to explore how technologies can enrich the cultural field, and the National Museum catalog was already just mentioned. I've spoken since to some teachers who really find it useful to use this AI bot to help them design lesson plans and to design how the heritage that is currently in our institutions, in the collections of our museums, how this can be used better to explain some of the topicalities that they address today. So there are opportunities that are presented. At the same time, we're also not naive. And not only here in Latvia, these questions are also addressed at the European level, because it is clear that AI cannot replace curated collections. It is clear that AI also makes mistakes, showing what it thinks we should know and failing to show what might actually be important. We talked about it in the context of the changing mediascape and how AI summaries following our search results just even prevent us from clicking on the links and finding out the sources and finding out where does this information and summary actually come from. So we while we need to understand the value it brings, we must understand what are also its limitations and what can we do from a regulation perspective to prevent it. And what is, in the context of the cultural sector, we also have to make sure that artificial intelligence does not overshadow the work of creatives. So we are working on a regulation for copyright to recognize the work that has been done. And this is why today's discussions are very, very important. How do we recognize the creative work that has been put in? And also this week I had the chance to talk with representatives from Scandinavian countries that have actually already kind of found a solution how to feed recent literature, print media articles, and so on into designing their large language models, which on one hand is good because then contemporary language is used. On the other hand, they are still testing whether the solutions that they've found for this copyright will actually work. So we are currently also in the process of designing this in close partnership with collective property institutions, copyright institutions, with the sector itself, to make sure that we find a solution that works for us all. So I have to say thank you to the organizers of the conference for bringing this topic to the agenda today. And I'm very sure that this is not the last time that we discuss these topics. This is really just the beginning, but I think we'll also need to be very quick because this is not a time to snooze in creating the regulation that will protect creatives and that will protect also our distinct identities. So thank you.
Very much. Thank you, Minister. And that, in fact, closes our first session of the conference today. We'll be breaking for lunch right now, but before everyone disperses, I'd like to invite all of the speakers from the first session today, including the Minister and including also our science pro-rector, Anda Latvijas, the organizer of the conference, to come for one joint photo opportunity. Please gather here in front, and then we'll be breaking. Welcome to the second panel of today's conference. This panel is titled Generative AI and Cultural Practices, Theoretical and Practical Perspectives, and we shall hear from 5 speakers in this panel, representing both academia as well as the creative industries. So let's begin. Our first speaker on this panel is Dr. Aigars Ceplītis. Welcome. He's a lead researcher and Dean of the Faculty of Media and Creative Technologies at the Riseba University of Applied Sciences here in Riga. He's also Administrative Director of the doctoral program, Media Arts and Creative Technologies at Riseba. And Dr. Ceplītis' talk today is titled The Algorithmic Spectre, From Historical Appropriation to Dispersed Stochastic Vision in the Metamedial Age. We're looking forward.
Thank you. First of all, I want to express my deep gratitude to the organizers of the conference. And it's great to be here because I feel like at home. When you feel at home, hopefully I'll deliver something that would be of the value to your students and the rest of you. So as the moderator had mentioned, the title, there was an instinct, something that your rector said, Davis Siemens, which he used the word, if I recall correctly, pause or the stop on creativity in using AI. So some of the issues we'll be addressing it today. The emergence of these generative, in particular, we'll be talking about the AI generative video. Obviously, there's this issue of the author, and there's a tension between stochastic neural synthesis and narrative intentionality. So, uz priekšu? Okay. So like this, right? All right. So drawing upon as Catherine Elkin's critique of AI storytelling and Bayor's theoretical frameworks, where author acts as an algorithmic specter who operates as a ghostly presence, in fact, here and not there, as well as using some of the cinematic appropriations. Today's analysis foregrounds a dispersed auteur who violently attempts to impose narrative closure whenever countering generative AI's resistance. And my chief proposition today is that the use of commercially available OpenAI Sora, Kling, or Google Flow, or Runway Gen, just to name a few, they may differ in scale, intent, permission, transformation, authorship, and legal status, but they do not obscure the fundamental continuity. Both cinematic statements and Gen AI curatorial practices involve selective recombination of cultural archives for new expressive purposes. And I will use also at the end some of my own tableaus, what I call video tableaus, which I specifically generated for today's conference to bring forth strongly my arguments. The fundamental issue rests on the notion that predictive media do not represent a radical rapture, but rather constitute a technological acceleration of historic appropriation, since artists have been long engaged in these discourses, from Andrei Tarkovsky, Peter Greenway, to Steven Zillion's cinematic restaging of classical paintings. And to illustrate the acceleration continuity, I will confine my examination, due to the limits of the conference, only to 3 salient dimensions, which I believe Gen AI video artifacts inevitably express. The first one is the recursive structure of historical appropriation. Second is the negotiations of algorithmic narrative closure. And the third one, I call it stochastic lingo in the uncanny valley. Now, with respect to the, when we speak about continuity, obviously we talk about also a narratological architecture. And for the first salient, I will use only just very fraction of these historical examples from the filmmakers, not because most of you are filmmakers, you're curators, and also you're film theorists, and obviously I'm talking to the target audience, but I will just mention those as in a passing very shortly to frame my chief arguments. And the argument here is that basically Gen AI video production also operates through tableau vivant, pictorial quotation, ekphrases, and also iconotext. As an example, for you, well-known piece, which is Andrei Tarkovsky's, that practices humanistic translation. In Solaris, we see this sort of recreation of Rembrandt's Prodigal Son. Likewise, Martin Scorsese's Shutter Island exemplifies pictorial quotation, which operates through ekphrastic reconfiguration to generate new meaning. In this case, the picture with the glimpse, the kiss, is a positive one, whereas the Shutter Island, this event where he sees his wife in the dreams, and of course he killed her, and it has a completely different connotation, although it's a copy-paste image. For those who are cinematographers, of course, the most well-known piece is as well The Cook, the Thief, and His Wife and Her Lover by Peter Greenway par excellence. And we can see here in the interplay where the objects themselves on the table and the food become the protagonists. And here Peter Greenway comments on the Thatcherism, gangster capitalism, apropos in today's environment, and consumer culture of the 80s. And flash forward to those, again, most recent piece, which particularly those who study cinematography, a really outstanding piece of study, is the Steven Zalian's Ripley, and who deploys strategic ekphrastic punctuation and so-called chiaroscuro, which is black and white, high contrast image making, to sort of echo this identification between an artist and criminal. In particular, in this episode 4, we see that there's this famous Caravaggio's David with the head of Goliath painting, where the severed head is actually the face of Caravaggio, and it has a direct sort of replica in the film itself, where Ripley just killed his friend Freddie Miles, and both of them have sort of homoerotic fetishized fascination with themselves. Now, the conventional wisdom, hence based on what I just mentioned, is that conventional wisdom would state that the filmmakers sort of exercise this conscious artistic agency, transforming public domain sources for transformative purposes. Based on studying paintings, understanding historical context, and choosing how to incorporate them through props, composition, lighting, as opposed to AI video generation. And as Professor Davisimis said, sort of you put a pause on creativity. But I would argue that such a take is actually deceptive. While it is true that AI systems are trained at scale and via processes unlike an auteur's lifetime of study, the scale is only, I would say, is ethically relevant. It's not structurally definitive. When Greenway abstracts Franz Hall's compositional principle for Thatcherist allegory, Zalian deploys Caravaggio's chiaroscuro as a psychological noir, they perform precisely dehistorization and restylization of what media artist and practitioner Lev Manovich identifies as computational formalism, where style wins over history. So practically speaking, what does it mean? That both AI-generated video and cinematic homage involve some kind of recombination of cultural archives. And they both, I would say, are identical. The distinction remains one of the degree, not kind. The decisive question is, where does the narratorial agency really reside? And without curatorship, AI is merely sort of a surface regularity operating through algorithmic pattern matching, which brings us to the second salient dimension of GI video, which is negotiations of algorithmic narrative closure. A theoretical foundation for that is based on Hans Bayor's theory of post-artificial writing and Catherine Elkin's critique of AI-generated text. And both, basically, the basic premise is that there's been this ontological shift. It's not just simply technological acceleration, but there's an ontological shift where who made this is actually irrelevant. What's important is the value of artifact itself, not its origin. And that's why they use this so-called the theory of quaternary authorship model, where they say that it's exemplified by the number of agents involved in AI creation. At the core of it, it's so-called promptology, which is a very skillful set of the linguistic capacities to give a very efficient prompt. And hence, because of this promptology, the art making or filmmaking becomes less as a directing, but more what I would say very strenuous negotiation between autonomous creator and the computational processes. And you basically become, instead of a film director, you become what I would term curator of meaning. In order to understand actually the processes, another very useful concept is Deleuze and Guattari idea of rhizome. These are, in the rhizome's core principles are decalcomania, multiplication, and a signifying rupture. What does it actually mean? Whatever your prompt is, whatever your input and your creative sort of vision is, the AI, as you know, for those who practice it on a daily basis, has a very natural resistance. It resists your aesthetic and artistic input. And one way to, obviously, you can overcome this in two ways. You can look at the texture of AI interface or API, or you can actually really impose very violently your narrative agency to have this narrative closure. So we'll start with the first one. I call this dynamic with the first one when you look at the actual as a texture, as a stochastic Warholism. Basically, it's a condition where pressurized prompt reapplication functions simultaneously as a mapping exercise, and I think in aesthetic resistance texture echoing what where serial repetition of an image is drained of its meaning. Just as Warhol repeated imagery of Campbell's soup or Marilyn Monroe's portfolio constitute a radical commentary on consumer culture through this mechanical reproduction, I would say that some of these APIs already are sort of proposing you aesthetic and contextual value in the texture in themselves. And a good example is I made this sort of an example of a juxtaposition of two media icons, which is basically obsession with the youth and beauty within a culture with which we exist today. Look at me. And that of the old Middle Eastern man, but partially a threat and partially a mystery. Now, I also use Suno AI prompt here where in a sense, the music piece was pre-designed before the images were made. And there was a sort of this, what you call synkresis. At some point, the music really supports the narrative which we see, and another way it kind of drifts apart. And here, actually, I pay tribute to both, to Andy Warhol and also Albert Watson. I'm not sure whether you're familiar with the Albert Watson photography, but he's a Scottish, very well-known photographer who at some point shot also Sade and U2 music group. And he's sort of this very strong chiaroscuro architecture, which I also sort of not necessarily copied paste, but I use this, as I said, the homage to them. Obviously, these API systems, they have a tendency to, they work very exceptionally well with the experimental pieces you just saw. And that's one of the reasons also on social media and on the internet, you see a lot of these AI pieces, they kind of very surrealistic, they don't make any sense because it's a very easy way to do. And as I said, you respond to the texture, what the AI prompt, what the output does. But what happens when you really want to violently impose the narrative closure? You want to make these pieces that have a sort of longer fictional or narrative timeline. And this is where I would argue that by itself, AI generation technology has it encoded. One has to only respond to that. And the second example is that I do homage to the Franz Kafka's Gregor well-known piece Metamorphosis in 1912. And here Gregor Samsa awakens to discover his transformation into insect. In the case of contemporary context, for me, it signals the presence of paranoia in which we currently live in present societies, where it functions as self-fulfilling prophecy. You eventually get what you really are afraid of. And which brings us to the third salient dimension of Gen AI video generation, which I call the stochastic lingo in the uncanny valley. And it's virtually is defined by, from my perspective, 4 parameters: fantasia without new, totalitarian aesthetic, the shadow archive, and then some of the negative aspects of promptology. Now, the one way to look at this, the first one, fantasia without new, is that the propensity of generative AI video systems produce uncanny outputs that can be best understood through the philosophical framework rooted in Thomas Aquinas' medieval theory of imagination. So basically what he says that you have these fantasia, imagination that is formed while you sleep, and nu is an intellect that's suppressed, arguing the process at the level of fantasia without nu produce materially sophisticated yet formally deficient outputs to disturb human psyche. What Thomas Aquinas says, basically devil or demon does not have to, if it's not his purpose for you to understand the logic, how he operates. His logic is to disturb you, to create this constant anxiety and visceral unease. And this is, from my perspective, this is what AI video generation constantly does. It gives us this kind of, in a very stressful mode also when you edit. And it's the AI video generation, thus they actually work through the structurally analogous process. Neural networks access learning patterns from vast images of the data sets, and they distort reality, anatomy, and object relationships. Hence, you see that explains these characteristical errors when you see extra fingers, impossible shadows, merged bodies, gibberish text, violations of the physics. Another very important is, of course, this totalitarian aesthetic, which we a little bit touched upon today, which is that it operates through what Herman Chomsky calls propaganda model, identification system forces, where corporate ownership controls data set compilation, and economic models favor marketable aesthetic conformity. And we actually can sort of see here these images, right? So they kind of seem very similar, kind of very different, but in fact, They're kind of very similar in aesthetic. In the bottom line, we see this, which was a prompt for me when I was preparing this video. I said, I want to have a sort of totalitarian architecture, and I said specifically many times, I said, I want a Caucasians in it. I want to have a women. I want to have old, and it still was resisting to me, and it constantly was giving to me these Chinese images, which obviously shows that this sort of bias that's encoded in the AI video generation data sets. And the final one is the what is the depressive side of grammar of promptology. It's a sort of emergent discipline where penmanship transforms into prompt commands, poses, from my perspective, a significant risk to writing quality through two interconnected mechanisms: cognitive deskilling and destructive dominance of negative language structures. Thiele actually calls it intelligence amputations. More critically, the grammar of AI prompt relies heavily on negative commands: do not show this, avoid this, exclude these elements, and linguistic structure that fundamentally contradicts the action-oriented positive verbal grammar that characterizes effective dramatic writing. Drama is predicted on what characters do, what they act, and move forward. Negative imperatives do not create static prohibition, rather than dynamic forward motion. The shift represents a transformation for human activity to passivity, where reliance on AI systems undermines human motivation to exercise their agency. And the one way to only overcome is that the curator, as a filmmaker, you have to sort of must resist this gravitational pull by working with these extreme constraints to find a unique space to transform formal deficiencies into critical resources to expose. And it's, in a larger picture, surveillance, capitalism, algorithmic control, incorporating closure of creative labor. Is a conclusion, and to conclude my remarks, in the case of Gen AI video production, we have become not just filmmakers, but actually editors, curators, and new architects of stochastic vision who exercise their dispersed authorship through stochastic Warholism and I-signifying rapture against AI's narrative resistance by imposing very violently narrative closure where appropriate. The fundamental argument across these three salients I just presented is that generative AI video production is not substantially different from historic appropriations we see in the cinema. The categorical differences are only in scale. The categorical differences in scale, intent, permission, transformation, authorship, and legal status between human cinematic appropriation and AI video generation are real, but they do not obscure fundamental continuity. Both practices are curatorially mediated recombination of cultural archives. And obviously, the difference is that obviously this process is very uncanny, and it viscerally sometimes can be very repulsive. And to underline this process that works both on the core of the texture, but also what AI, in essence, also to me represents, I made this final tableau vivant, which I call Tableau Vivant 2030. And it's done in Google Veo 2, Veo 3 models, and Suno AI soundtrack. Also, the AI-generated lyrics. And this 80-second metafictional music video tableau comments on both AI essence, as I mentioned, and the surveillance gangster capitalism it thrives on. The video deploys the intermediate strategies just like master filmmakers, chiaroscuro, tenebrism, pictorial quotation, brutalist architecture, and ekphrastic punctuation. And just a quick mention about that, the influences, again, the question is, as Professor David Simmons, is there like a pause on creativity? I would say not really, you just recontextualize. I'm not sure whether you're familiar with these pieces that are here on the screen, but on the right side, it's one of the probably well-known pieces called Zameti 13. It's a French film. It won Sundance Film Festival Grand Prix in 2007. Obviously, 1984, Radford's film, and the last one on the left side is The Sex Crimes by Eurythmics. And so I made this tableau as a homage to all these artists. And the idea is that, to me, AI essence basically in the core is uncanny, and it's and its core function is control. And obviously, some of these imagery you will just see in a second, it's not necessarily copy and paste, because AI does not generate exactly the replica copy. The lyrics were actually interesting. You know, at the beginning when I submitted this to Sun.ai sampling, it wrote lyrics sort of, I thought, oh, this is very pastiche, but then okay, this actually works for me. And I used, if we have time later on in the Q&A sessions, I've also explained a little bit of the influences in the music. Music score is also deliberately designed because it uses certain techniques that many nightclubs, particularly in Western countries, are actually using the technique that kind of works on your lower registers. And to me also, it's a sort of echo of the aesthetic echo of the society we live in.
A quiet decree, freedom lock, they lost the key. 1,000 voices, none can speak. The power's strong, the spirit's weak. Total control, it's back again. Algorithms replacing men. Russell's whispers steal disguise. Dictator smiles through pixel
Ensure there are no survivors.
Thank you. Thank you to Professor Tseplidis. Do we have any questions at this point? Yes, please.
Thank you for your presentation. I think you made a very important argument that obviously we think that we cannot use AI because it doesn't generate anything new, but you made the argument that narratives that we made as humans are also not new. So I think that AI prompting is something that is a viable option. But how do you see AI prompting as a profession in the future? Will there be these people like AI prompters that use AI, and how can we reward these people ethically for their work?
If that exists. So I will give a little bit of different analogy because I lived in Los Angeles at the year 2001, and 2005, there was a sort of revolution. There was a revolutionary when they switched to that. I was also a film student, and we switched from analog to digital. And the Hollywood was extremely resistant to the switch. They said, no, it's just you're betraying the filmmaking, and the analog texture itself cannot be reproduced digitally, etc. And nowadays we have accepted that digital is part of the environment. And obviously there's certain professions really died out. For instance, one of them is color correctors. I haven't been lately in Los Angeles, but I know when I was a student, I didn't do my color correction. I had to go to the studios that did exclusively color correction. That was a profession. People were making money. And literally in front of my eyes around 2006-07, that profession really died because everybody, including yourself, as you know, you use your own color correction. Sometimes you will go to professional, but on base level, you do it yourself. So there's certain professionals will certainly die out. Now with the promptology, I think there'll be, I can't predict the future, no one can. But I think just my hunch is that there will be skill that's required to translate film scripts into good prompts that generate results, similar to what DIT, for instance, does on the set. DIT is not a really cinematographer, but or a cameraman, but he's very important. There's a certain skills that DIT has that director or cinematographer might not have. It's very technical. And so I think there will be promptologists, I think, in the future as a profession who is able to translate good film scripts into something that can generate, because obviously these models become better and better and better, but still because it's tied to the language, And of course, in a sense, the language training, the data sets and proper prompts, I think will become part of necessary in training film students. I just don't see how in the future, I'm sure you have like screenwriting classes, but I think there might be some classes that will be exclusively where the students are trained how to put proper prompts that they are dramatically delivering. Because if you're not efficient with prompts, then also these results are deficient. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. Anyone else? If I don't see a hand, I have a question. So I take your argument that rather than looking at this as some kind of break, we can see the continuity in how authorial agency is shared and has been shared in a way. Before you gave us very good examples for that. But I wonder, you're also an educator. You are a professor, you work with students. I wonder what your view is on what it takes to become a skilled curator of meaning, to use your term. How does one need to develop one's authorial voice, one's cognition, one's artistic capacities, vision, language, perhaps, prior to engaging in this kind of authorial sharing that AI now enables? Or do we just have to accept that that's not possible? Because I'm thinking of the pedagogic process and, how do we view the introduction of AI tools early into that process, and what kind of curator of meaning one can be before one has started, formulating one's own meaning, as it were, in a manual and non-AI kind of fashion.
I'll start from the other hand. I think I still will need to kind of reflect on that, but my immediate response would be this. Obviously, the word curator of meaning is a sort of fancy academic lingo, but it substitutes somewhat, but not directly for editor, because that's what you do. You edit, you reshuffle, you curate. The difference is that, again, it's immediate. As an editor, you pretty much work with the material that you're immediately given. And in terms of the psychological state, yes, and many of you edit films, there is a certain happiness there entailed because you know the material. You can come up with new solutions, you can dramatically shift it, say, okay, this is what the story, and sometimes these images or video material you've created speaks to you how it should be edited. Obviously, the big issue is that these AI prompts, these AI outputs, at least at the present stage, I'm not sure how it's going to be in the future, they give you outputs that are so unexpected. The process itself, as opposed to positive, which you find with the film editing, where you have a very strong vision of what the film is going to, plus minus will come out at the end. You don't have this because you constantly will need to, you saw it with the insect piece, for instance, because what happens also technically, as you know, when you generate each consecutive frame with a lot of these commercial, I don't work with these non-proprietary, maybe there's some solution there, but with the commercially available is anytime you generate a new shot, it's degraded in quality. Because what it does is actually the sampling the previous shot and information, and then it degrades the quality because it has to fill in the pixels and the data sets from other data sets. And that's why you saw in all these videos that, for instance, insect, there was one image, right, and then suddenly transformed, but then I thought to myself, oh, it's okay, that's metamorphosis, I can live with it, and then you make adjustment. The same you saw with the last piece, which I showed, the photographs, the base of those video files were done in Perplexity. I actually didn't look at, because Perplexity also has different models that generate pictures. So the photographs themselves were initially done in another software. And that's why the video, music video, started with a very sharp video and ended with a sharp video when the guy says, sure, there are no survivors. And I wanted that, because, and again, and it a little bit bothered me. You saw it in the middle. This resolution was not there, particularly with these guys with the guns. But again, I had to put up with it. So I think there was going to be nuanced, that's why I don't call them editors, I call them curators of meaning, where they're working in a constant sort of this stressful space and cognitive mental space where they have accept the results what they are. Now, it is at the present moment, but I hard for predict because the technology develops very fast. And you know yourself, even 2 years ago, inputs in Latvian language was just nightmare. They would give you, even in the writing, very strange responses. But now the data sets are very trained with the Latvian language, and the same with the video production, I think. So in a sense, I'm positive in terms of the use of technology. Where I'm not necessarily positive is, and I don't know whether we have a time, I'm not positive about some nefarious aspects. And here I agree with Professor Davis Simmons. There is some negativity encoded. I could talk more about that from Thomas Aquinas' summatological perspective. There's interesting, another theory goes with it, but that's why you see this, that these images have sometimes strange eyes, and there's some evil quality to it, and it's not easy to overcome. On one side, because I remember I did my first AI installation in 2022, and I was struck that it's evil at the core. And I thought, well, it has developed, but it hasn't really become so positive. So I think that aspect is sort of curious. I don't know whether I answered your question.
Thank you. That's super interesting. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Teplitz. We'll be moving on now to another Zoom presentation. But we're very happy that even if on Zoom, we can be joined by voice Sabrina Derling-Jones. So I hope we'll see her in a second. Voice is adjunct faculty in media art and creative technologies. Oh, hello, Voice. At the Emory and Henry University in the United States, and also a PhD candidate here in Riga at the Riseba. Sabrina is also a filmmaker and creative technologist whose current research and practical work centers on the intersection of memory, displacement, and ethical application of AI and machine learning. And Sabrina's talk today will be titled Algorithmic Memory as Cultural Practice, Data Sets as Living Cultural Expressions of Memory and Becoming. So I hope you can hear us and see us well, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I hope you all can hear me and see me. I can see that you see me well. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present here today, especially to present alongside my mentor, Dr. Igor Saplitis. It's nice to appear on a panel with him. I would like to thank the Academy of Culture for allowing me to present as well, and I'm happy to have the opportunity to talk a little bit about my research and how I envision the implications of creativity and AI moving forward. I'll go ahead and share my presentation. Let's see. Okay, are you all able to see the presentation at this point? I think you can. If not, send me a message. So yes, I'm going to talk today about algorithmic memory ritual as a cultural practice and data sets as living cultural expressions of memory and becoming. And I'm going to show you first
Sorry, can
a
you hear
video.
me? Is it possible to do it full screen? We are seeing a rather small slide.
Okay, let's see. Hold on one second. Sorry about that. Let's see, I'll do it. I was trying to do it in presenter view. Let's see. We'll try this way. Is that better?
Yes, that's great.
Okay, great. Hold on now, I'll have to look at my notes really quickly before I go into it. I apologize. Let's see. The bad part of presenting on Zoom. So I'll just say briefly that this research looks at what happens when we train machine learning as a cultural, when we treat machine learning as a cultural and embodied practice where memory, identity, and technology converge. And I call this process the algorithmic memory ritual. And it's a method that helps, I've used it to help displaced women create living expressions of cultural memory using small self-authored data sets. And this is done in contrast to what Igars was presenting just a few minutes ago, where big data is used, right? The human data set is used, everything scraped from the internet is used to create or generate new imagery. So let me go into full screen for you. So this is an example of a neural radiance field that was generated through a process of walking 3D scanning, segmenting. When I say 3D scanning, I just mean filming with a cell phone, and segmenting those videos into images that then trained a machine learning model to generate this sort of imagery, which is less clean, precise, and flashy than imagery that is produced through large data sets. Or through big data. And so today I'm going to talk about reframing machine learning as a cultural practice. I would like to discuss or explain a little bit more in depth the algorithmic memory ritual, and talk about machine learning as look at the technical versus the cultural aspects of machine learning, and also consider how data sets might be living cultural expressions, and then quickly reflect on authorship and ethics of using AI. And so my approach to working with machine learning from the beginning has been a sort of a struggle, because as an artist, as a filmmaker, I had a very difficult time generating images, sequences, etc., using AI platforms that reflected my personal creative voice. And so I felt like, it was a constant struggle trying to manipulate the algorithms to generate something that I could identify with personally in my creative process. And so that led me to working with training my own machine learning models. And then in my doctoral research, I began working with a group of 10 displaced women. I myself am a woman who has experienced displacement, and so I began working with 10 women living in displacement to see if there was a way to use this technology and this algorithmic generative process to help people who are living away from home reorient themselves in the present. And so that's how the algorithmic memory ritual was developed, and I'll articulate it here for you in a second. So the algorithmic memory ritual was developed in my doctoral research, and it approaches data collection as a cultural practice. Participants take intentional walks, and they film objects that they encounter that evoke memory sensations while they're taking these walks. And the way that they scan is by filming the objects at 360 degrees with a cell phone. And then the visual data gathered for the machine learning process does not come from detached or emotionless sources, this data that's scraped from the internet, but it's data that's coming from an embodied interaction in the present. And so I really used post-human feminist thought and feminist phenomenology to explore this idea of interacting with algorithms from an embodied perspective and from a situated perspective. And so the videos that are recorded and segmented into images And that visual data is used to train neural radiance fields. And I use a process or a platform called NVIDIA Instant NGP to do this. And NVIDIA Instant NGP generates volumetric representations of what women who are taking these kind of intentional walks encounter in their present environment, that have created some sort of a connection with a memory of the past. And so I'll just quickly take you through the process so that I hope I'm explaining it clearly. This is what it would look like when a woman first goes on her intentional walk and films. So she's just recording anything, recording with a cell phone, the way we record anything and everything these days, right? We're all collectors of an incredible amount of visual data. And my argument is that our visual data can become a part of our critical process, but also our creative interaction with AI. And so when you can use Python to segment this video data into images. And so you'll have a series of images depending on how long the video that you took is. And those images are then fed into Instant NGP and used to train a machine learning model that generates a volumetric version of what was recorded in 2D on film. And so this is basically one iteration of a generative NERF taken from those images that I just showed you, from the video that I just showed you. And so this is the algorithmic memory ritual. And I argue that the algorithmic memory ritual is a way to approach engaging with AI as a cultural practice. Let me just get to the next slide. And so it's also a way to engage with data sets as living cultural expressions. And so just quickly looking at machine learning as a technical practice versus machine learning as a cultural expression. Machine learning is a technical practice, and the way that I look at working with big data and working with applications like Sora, or anything, any iteration of a similar platform, is that data is collected, cleaned, and optimized. It's scraped from the internet. And the goal with big data and with this technical approach to machine learning is accuracy and efficiency, right? We all talk about algorithmic-driven efficiency all the time these days. And the data set is this raw material that's scraped from the internet, and the output is prediction. But machine learning as cultural expression, working or engaging with machine learning through the approach that I'm proposing here, is one where data is gathered, it's cared for, and it's curated. It is embodied, right? It's an emotional process, an embodied process of gathering data. And it means that the data or the outcome is one that's going to generate meaning, resonance, and reorientation, as opposed to efficiency. And the data set becomes cultural expression. It's not a raw material. It's someone's interpretation of place and of time and of space. And so the output becomes something that is a representation. It is representative. It is inclusive. A big argument with using data scraped from the World Wide Web is the ethical aspect. Whose voices are silenced? When we look at historical archives, so many voices are not included in the historical archives throughout the course of humanity. And so if Google has gone and digitized all of the world's libraries, that's wonderful, but all of the world's libraries don't include all of the voices of everyone. And so just thinking back to what Igars was saying a few minutes ago about what is sometimes generated by AI seems like evil or feels dark, that's because what is on the World Wide Web is all of humanity's lightness and darkness. And so we do have to think about what is the content of the data set. And I like working with machine learning in these small data set situations because I can control the data that's going in, which means I can also control the data that's going out. And there's no opportunity to, or if you're careful about it, there's no opportunity to exclude voices. It's an act of including those who are not seen in the big data of the human archive. Okay, let's see. So the women in my study, they're not recording their homelands, they're filming the present, they're filming the places that they now inhabit through a lens of memory. And what they're creating are living mediations between home and displacement. And so I think this is one of the really strong arguments that we can make for creating individual data sets or for curating data is using data to express or to preserve aspects of culture that might otherwise be temporarily displaced or lost altogether. If we look at traditional artifacts, right, fixed products that represent culture, they're always geared toward preserving memory and representation. They're archive-based and they're object-based. And so with the algorithmic memory ritual that I'm proposing as a cultural practice, memory is enacted, right? It's a participatory process. There's an opportunity to reorient oneself in the present. You can use memory to guide you through your walks, and you can use memory to help you decide what you're going to film and what you will ultimately generate visually. It's relational, right? So it's recording the process of building relationships between yourself and the environment, recording them and then generating them through algorithmic processes. So which leads to the fact that it's process-based. And the algorithmic memory ritual that I'm proposing, it's dynamic, it's embodied, and it is a way that cultural meaning, it's the way cultural meaning is produced through interactions, through walking, through filming, through scanning in this case. And so one big question right now with this AI boom and this AI creative boom is who is the author and who owns what is produced when you are creating in concert with a machine using data that is not your data. At what point are you an author or just a collaborator? So these are things people are talking about, and I can tell you, sitting in classes with design students here in the U.S. and when I've worked abroad, some students are just like vehemently against the idea of interacting with AI at all as designers, whether that's graphic design, communication design, what have you, because they want to take ownership over what they have, and they don't think that, or what they create, and they don't think that AI can create things in the same way that they can. But I argue that also AI is a tool that helps us, that can help us as a collaborator, as far as tapping into creativity that we may not know we have, right? And so interactions with AI are this kind of complicated process of push and pull and negotiation. I'm sure Igar's mentioned negotiation. But the ethics of machine learning leave us asking, who owns data? What is that data that is out there for us to access? Who is it representing and who is it benefiting? And so it's really important, I believe, that there should be so much diversity in digital spheres, right? We need to have a digital world that mirrors diversity in our analog world, right? And so when machine learning is approached as a cultural practice, then that allows us to look at marginalized perspectives or silenced voices and bring those voices into the conversation so that they can contribute to living memory, so that they can create data sets that sustain and transform digital cultural expression, but also that will represent more voices in this crazy, huge digital world that we've created. And the idea is that we need to expand what's represented in the digital human archive, because right now there are so many people who are not represented, and just going back to one other thing Igar's just said, is that, I think he was saying that 2 years ago, trying to interact with ChatGPT in the Latvian language was very difficult, but now it's becoming more and more possible to generate meaningful outputs when you're using Latvian in ChatGPT, right? So it is a process, and so we know it is possible, but it takes engagement and it takes an effort by everyone to make sure that the right data is getting into the data set. So to kind of end things, or as I'm getting toward the end, I just want to say that, presence and memory become the content that algorithms learn from, right? And so if we're using the algorithmic memory ritual, then we're contributing content to the data set that is relational and that has meaning, right, on some level. And I think that that's very important. There's no reason that data has to be cold and structured and numerical in the beginning when it's gathered, right? I know that when it's processed, it becomes that way, but there's something that's baked into the data and how it is perceived by the algorithms when the data going in is very humanistic in its approach to being gathered. So I want to leave you all with a call to action. These are things that I think are really important to consider moving forward, because, and I'm sure there are things that we're all thinking about, but I think a lot about the quality of the data and the human data set. And so, I think that it's really important to protect cultural expression in the digital age, and that we need to recognize data set authorship as a right. I think we should all own our own data. And I think that we should be paid for access to that data, especially as creators, right? And when machine learning systems are trained only on what is already visible, they risk repeating absence. And one way that we can circumvent that detriment is by creating data sets that represent everyone. So everyone should be creating data sets that represent their view, their culture, their perspective, etc. And so when communities, especially those historically displaced or marginalized, author their own data sets, they interrupt the cycle of exclusion. And so I think it's really important to think about that moving forward. And so, yeah, in closing, just, through this process of algorithmic memory rituals and engaging with AI using small curated data sets, what's created is a process of expressions of memory, of identity, and of care. And I think the care part is especially important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sabrina. Are there any questions at this point from the audience? While you're thinking, perhaps, I'll use the chair's privilege yet again. I find the approach and the method super captivating, innovative. So thank you for sharing your practice. Especially when I read your abstract, it struck me that you say that these kinds of like this algorithmic memory ritual, so these types of data set creation as cultural practice that is much more caring, careful, curating in a way that looks to include rather to exclude or to mitigate sort of past injustices, that these are, however, not to be generalizable and not to be scalable, that they cannot be, or that the point is that is not the point, that they should be scalable, that these are small local practices. In a way that reminded me of an argument of, in fact, a couple of feminist scholars. So when we're thinking of this current moment and what the future is that we can even think of, the hope is in sort of local collaborative survival and local collaborative practices, small scale, not scalable, not generalizable practices. That is our only hope in these rather dark times. So. And yet I want to think, like, when we think of AI governance, of data rights, the point you raised at the very end, shouldn't we be, are there chances to scale this, to generalize this in terms of thinking of regulation, thinking of how we're going to live with these technologies? Should we content ourselves with remaining at this sort of very local micro level? Is that going to be enough for us?
I think my response to that is that in my opinion, we have to go back which I know that this is impossible, but in my opinion, we need to go back and we need to rebuild the data set. So in an ideal world for me, rebuilding the data set would mean that we would start with these sort of small building blocks of representations from each community, from each group of people, from each small nation, whatever demographic you might want to think of. But I feel like we at least need to start gathering the blocks so that if there is this opportunity to rebuild the data set, we can do it in a way that is more representative, but it then poses the question of, who decides what goes into the data sets, and even these small data sets, and do these people have the right to decide for an entire community what goes into a data set? We have to just start asking ourselves all of these questions that lead to these inevitable places of feeling hopeless, but we have to at least ask the questions and build the awareness so that we know that the information we're gathering is at least more thoughtful and more critical than what has been gathered and used so far. If that makes sense.
Yes, very much so. Thank you. If I don't see any more hands. All right, thank you very much, Sabrina. Thank you for that. And our next speaker then is going to be Dr. Līga Vinogradova, who is a postdoctoral researcher at the Latvian Academy of Culture, working on a project titled Bridging the Cultural Divide, Strategies for Rural Families to Curate Digital Cultural Consumption for Youth. Līga's research interests are focused on the sociological study of cultural and art phenomena, including issues of cultural consumption and participation throughout the life course and across different generations, the formation of cultural experiences for children, youth, and families, and the dynamics of digital and in-person cultural consumption in contemporary society. So very much on point for today. And Līga's presentation today is titled The Creativity Experience of the Digital Generation, Art, Culture, and Generative Artificial Intelligence. So the floor is yours, Līga.
Thank you, Liana. And it's great to see that you're all here and you still have energy of the third day of the conference, and I hope we will see you also tomorrow. Yeah, but today I'm focusing on my current research, which is about children's digital cultural consumption, and one topic that interests me in this context is the role of artificial intelligence, because if we talk about digital cultural consumption, we have to talk also about AI. And in this presentation, I will focus specifically on the creative experiences of the digital generation, or how the younger generations uses AI. Today, young people encounter a wide variety of AI tools in their daily life, both inside and outside schools. And many of these platforms are closely linked to creative expressions, creative experiences and self-expressions. Young people are actively experimenting, from composing music to creating artworks to seek information. And as the AI landscape changes rapidly, it's important to gather data about how young people understand their own experiences with these tools. Creativity itself is recognized as a key skill for developing other human-centered abilities like creative thinking, empathy, collaboration. And for this reason, researchers are increasingly interested in how AI influences creative expressions among youth. At the same time, there's growing attention to digital skills and rights for children and young people across Europe. And digital cultural participation and other online activities now overlap, making these areas particularly relevant. This year, Latvian Academy of Culture joined the international EU Kids Online Network, which brings together academic partners from different fields, media experts and sociologists, as myself, who study children from more than 30 European countries. And the network uses different approaches to map out the experiences of children and parents in the digital environment. It aims to promote a deeper understanding of children's and adolescents' experiences in the digital world, looking at both opportunities and risks. And currently, Academy is also running an international comparative survey about children's digital habits. But today I will introduce you to a project that examines children's experiences with AI and to understand their usage habits and attitudes. We also have collected data on young people in Latvia, and data collection was funded by the Latvian Academy of Culture. In this study, I was especially interested in children's and young people's experiences and perceptions when engaging with and creating art and cultural content using generative AI, such as chatbots, image generators, and video creation tools. And the project's aim was to analyze the significance of this technology in relation to children's rights, safety, regulations, and how effective protection mechanisms are. And of course, this is connected to the broader data about how AI is used, but today my focus will be on the creativity. Each country collected comparable data following a unified set of guidelines and a research protocol approved by the London School of Economics Ethics Committee. The study used qualitative interviews as its main method, and the target group was children and young people aged 13 to 70 years old who have used conversational or visual generative AI tools. Each country, the sample included at least 15 participants, also in Latvia, with different ages, genders, socioeconomic backgrounds, school types, and geographic locations. And interviews were conducted both in online and in person. Afterward, researchers in each country analyzed and summarized the data using common coding scheme, and currently each country has coded its data, and researchers are working on specific topics. Right now, I am looking only at the Latvian data, but discussions have started about how we are comparing the data about creativity with other countries. And here some theoretical background. AI has a double role in creative fields. It can be a source of new ideas and possibilities, but it can also disrupt traditional ways of being creative, as we have heard today. Researchers suggest that we should see how creative skills with AI develop through a person's life and by age and education. Young people who often are the first to try new technology and can be more influenced are actually less studied. And what do we know about young people and AI right now? A few years ago, researchers found that AI helps creativity in different ways. For example, by helping students find their interests or talents, recommending materials, and letting students learn at their own pace. Recent studies show that especially for general and arts education, that AI tools can help students become more creative, think critically, solve problems, and make art more accessible. But researchers also say it's important to keep a balance between technology and people, like teachers who can guide students. AI has a lot of potential to boost creativity and open new possibilities, but it can also make things difficult. For example, it can reduce learners' agency and even lead to de-skilling. Researchers use this term learner's agency or human agency in education, and simply put, this is about how much the person stays in control and leads the creative process from coming up with ideas to finish the final product, instead of letting AI do the work. And this idea, how much control humans have, is central in discussion about AI and creativity. Researchers believe it's important to keep a thoughtful balance, so AI can help people to be more creative rather than just replacing their creativity. Researchers see 4 roles of AI in creativity, and each role has a different level of user's agency. The first role is when AI acts as a facilitator of human creativity. It supports the creative process by providing tools, inspiration, or guidance, like brainstorming platforms, writing assistants, or adaptive learning tools. In those situations, human agency remains high because people are still leading the process. The second role AI has serves as a collaborator or co-creator. Here, AI takes a bigger part in coming up with ideas and shaping the creative work, so user agency is reduced. The third role, AI serves as a creative artifact generator, and in this case, humans just start or assess the process, like when AI generates images, music, or stories. And this is the lowest level of user's agency. And there's the fourth additional role when AI is an evaluator of creativity, for example, by grading students' work or using standardized creativity tests. And here there's no real human agency at all. And keeping this in mind, let's look at what the results say about Latvian young people's experiences with AI and creativity. So first I have to say, when talking about AI use, creativity actually played pretty small role. I'm using a pie chart, even though I don't have a quantitative data. We usually do this for quantitative data, but this visualization can show the approximate share when young people talked about creativity. But for the most, AI is used for schoolwork, experiments, or getting information outside of schools. One more important thing to mention. Parents and teachers usually do not act as intermediaries between students and AI. Young people mostly learn about AI on their own using social media, the internet, and support from their peers. Schools are generally unsupportive, do not provide information or guidance about AI use, and may even discourage it. Parents know little about AI and rarely get involved in how young people use it. And this fits the theories that in digital world, the children and young people are the leaders, sometimes even teaching adults. We can conclude that young people lack guidance for using AI. Interestingly, young people actually use a rather limited range of AI platforms, mainly ChatGPT and My AI, which is in the Snapchat. Most were unfamiliar with other platforms, and this was at the beginning of this year. Only a small portion mentioned tools connected with creativity content like Leonardo or a couple of others you can see on the screen. And it's important to note that they mainly use free tools, which can limit their possibilities. So how do young people use AI for creativity? First, they mentioned schoolwork, writing text like plays, stories, poems, and essays. Second, creating images, logos, in some cases music is generated for music class assignments. AI also helps with creating or designing presentations about content and visuals, but nothing more sophisticated. It's important to know that AI is used both as a part of assignments and sometimes to make schoolwork easier. Probably some of you know this. Even in the situations when it's like not officially allowed, you do it still. Well, and to include young people's voices, here are two examples. I'm going to read the first one. So first is the student has to write a poem themselves, but finds clever ways to do this with AI. Who does that? So we had to write a poem, and I used ChatGPT for that too, but I did it by writing each verse separately, because otherwise it can be recognized as copied. Our Latvian teacher also uses ChatGPT herself. She types things in and I can tell what's been copied from it. Second, in school, students are encouraged to experiment and create with AI, and this happens quite rarely. And the third, AI is used just for the inspiration. And these three quotes represent all three roles of AI can play and how different levels of learner's agency appear. Outside school, things get a bit more interesting. Young people use AI to make music, create images, and find inspiration for making art. There was an interesting case where inspiration from AI led to creating an animation. AI is also used for game creation, playing games, as well as experimenting with friends, photos, and their own images. A few participants used AI for starting business, including creating products and logos. And many are interested in digital identity, using AI to make different avatars or profile pictures. The first quote illustrates how AI is used for co-creation. You can write something like poem and turn it into a song. You can choose what kind of voice you want, male, female, and also the style, like rock or jazz. You just set this style yourself and it sings it for you. And the second shows AI serves as a source of inspiration. I give it an idea, roughly what it's about, what kind of powers they have, like one is super fast, the other is super strong. Then I ask, and it usually gives me a list of ideas, and then I get to choose the one I like the best. In the research, we explored why young people use AI, and besides practical reasons like help with school assignments, one motivation was fun and entertainment, as well as fostering creativity. And for example, young people write lyrics and use AI to add music, which boosts confidence and lets them see the final product. But AI is also used in cases where ideas are missing or when they want to experiment and create something they would never be able to make on their own, almost like a playing game, showing the different roles AI can have. And when asked why they don't want to use AI, young people show a strong understanding that they should come up with their own ideas and learn things by themselves, not just rely on AI. Sometimes they feel this risk instinctively and don't trust it. Also, they really want authentic experiences, like spending time with their friends and real people. They say, well, why I have to ask AI if I can talk with my friends? The one quote is, I just don't like the idea of sitting in school, not understanding something, and then asking artificial intelligence to do the task for me. We also looked at the co-creation skills and how aware young people are about authorship. Young people generally think it's normal to create with AI, and overall there's little or no awareness of copyright issues. And this is connected to their understanding of where AI gets information. Many point out that AI generates from already existing music or images, so it doesn't have to have a true authorship. At the same time, there is an intuitive understanding that it wouldn't be right to present AI-generated work as one's own. The quote, but if you use AI because you don't have enough ideas and you're not talented enough, and then you say you wrote it yourself, well, that's just kind of low-key. And when analyzing risks and fears, young people recognize that creative skills could be useful or harmful, like bullying. Even if the most haven't experienced it themselves, they were aware of the dangers. The biggest concern was that it's not possible to truly learn with AI. It can only help with acquiring information. That's why many thought AI should be limited, especially in certain risky areas and topics. And young people also noticed risks for climate and worried that society might become lazier and jobs might disappear if people stop thinking for themselves. Many also approach AI critically, recognizing when its content wasn't good enough for what they wanted. Like I asked to make a logo, but then the image it made was quite blurry and had spelling mistakes. And you become lazier or don't want to search in books, and then books start to become outdated and are no longer used. It's important to learn on your own, to find the information yourself, because that way, I believe it's easier to remember and retain it that when it's just told to you, and the next day you have already forgotten it. Such a beautiful future. No, really. And to conclude, creative activities make up only a small part of young people's AI use, and many of those activities happen at school. They mainly use a limited set of free programs which restricts what they can do with AI. All true AI roles are present in their usage. Young people know they should do things themselves, but sometimes you just go with the flow and let AI create for them, reducing their own learner's agency. While AI acts as a facilitator and co-creator, more adult guidance is needed. How to use AI safely, how to use it to support learners' agency, and what risks may exist. An adult generally cannot help. Schools often forbid or punish for using AI, while parents don't understand or don't use those tools. So there's no open discussion about the problems or challenges involved. I will leave the open question: who will be responsible for fostering dialogue and supporting the younger generation? And maybe in case of creativity, those can be cultural organizations or institutions, or maybe they don't need any support at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liga. Thank you for that. Do we have any questions? Yes, I see a hand. We need the microphone at the back there, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Like very intriguing results, both from your research and other researchers. What I was thinking, from the data or from the theoretical framework, is it possible to talk about a new digital gap within the youth itself? For example, those who are more advanced or less advanced, or some of the quotes for me seem like those are from the good students that, I can write essay for myself, it's easy for me, therefore I don't need AI. So I imagine that's a very small proportion from all the pupils or all students who can say that. So do you see any possible digital gaps or knowledge gaps within using AI?
Yeah, I think you're right, and there are a lot of questions in that one. And I think the first is about the skilling, that of course you saw it right, that those were quite like good students, or the ones who were like recognized the importance of their own knowledge and skills. And still there were like students who said that, well, I don't want to do anything in the future. I want AI to do everything for myself. So I think what worries me the most after we made those we did those interviews is the attitude of schools, because they're like they don't recognize that, like, or they just don't like to see that they use AI, so it's uncontrolled, and but they still use it. And then there's this question about how we use it. And I think the gap is more between the adults, especially schools, and the children, because and also they said that, well, there are teachers but it's usually like the one teacher, and I don't know why, it's English teacher usually, who tries to use it, then allows to experiment, and then there's this what to do when the other teachers don't allow us to do it, and the one says, well, I can experiment, then we do it secretly. And I think this worries me the most. And when they were asked, do you talk about it in the schools? No, it's like we don't have any rules. We don't talk about it. We just do it secretly. Maybe this is the biggest gap.
Thank you. Anyone else? No, I'm not seeing any hands. Maybe just one question. You mentioned that it's an international study. Are there already any comparisons taking place? It would be very interesting to hear any first insights how Latvia is comparing to other countries, because obviously countries in Europe are taking different positions on use of technology by children, and some are even proposing radical plans to ban use of certain technologies up to a certain age, and so there are quite different diverging paths emerging. And I wonder how is that international view from if you're part of that team? Are you seeing already any conclusions and interpretations as to how Latvia is looking in compared to others, or what might be some sort of different data coming from different countries as to this?
And thank you. Unfortunately, we are in a data sharing agreement process, so right now we are given our data sets from each country. Now we are planning to work on comparison. Comparing different countries. So, but what I have heard from our discussions with the partners, it's interesting that, it seems that we have in a different situations in the countries, because, for example, we have the same coding scheme, and then you can see, for example, which kind of AI tools they're using. So our children haven't heard of them, then the other country said, well, it's important who mediates the process, the teachers and schools, and we have like non-data about this. Like they don't mediate AI use in schools at all in Latvia. So this topic is not like it's not for relevant for us. So maybe I see there's going to be differences.
Right, and this is probably the urgent task then for the National AI Center in Latvia to address this and to introduce some greater, not control, but sort of guidance and mediation of that process that you're saying is lacking in Latvia.
Because I think schools need guidance how to deal with this situation, because now it seems that they're out of control.
Right.
Yeah, so I think it's really urgent question actually to solve.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Liga. Our next speaker is going to be Ketrisa Petkeviča. Ketrisa represents the NGO Creative Ideas. This NGO implements projects in the fields of civil society, activism, integration, regional development. And Ketrisa herself is a graduate of the Latvian Academy of Culture, so we're happy to welcome her back here on the podium. And her research interests span sociology, gender studies, and feminist studies. So, Ketrisa, the floor is yours, please.
Hi, thank you. Hi, everyone. Dear colleagues and listeners, as Liana just said, my name is Ketrisa, and today I'm going to talk about a research we conducted in the early spring and summertime with NGO Creative Ideas. This is my first time being on a podium in a conference all by myself, so please don't be too harsh. But yeah, we're going to talk about IE, and we're going to talk about, when the presentation is up, about how the IE plays a role in creative industries. So let's just wait 1 second. Yep. Where's the... Yeah, did it go? Yeah, perfect. Okay, cool. So, first of all, IE. Is it a trend? Is it a buzzword? Is it something of an independency or dependency? IE seems like the new gateway drug to creativity, and not only for engineers, but also for creative personnel in general. But is everything that easy and simple? That's the case of the reality. We'll figure it out today together. So for those of you who are students here, and there's quite a lot of students, which is great to see, that not only masters are here, but also bachelors. Just a little recap about creative industries in general regarding Latvia. So in Latvia, culture and creative industries are quite something new, to be honest. So first being brought up in national paperwork only in 2006. Yet they hold a stable and strong place in Latvia's cultural and economical sphere. It should also be noted that only in 2018, for the first time in the history of Latvia's science and research policy, the creative industries were included in the national classification of scientific fields and subfields. And prior to the crisis of COVID-19, the pandemic, Latvia's culture and creative industries demonstrated a positive growth trajectory. So, as can be seen here, is a chart from the Ministry of Culture regarding the number of enterprises operating within the creative industries and related sectors. You can see a stable growth here, as we can see from the 2022. And the next one, we can see a turnover of enterprises operating within the creative industries. So we can actually see quite a rapid growth in terms of turnover. So, and regarding the biggest players in the field of creative industries, let's just put it simply, there's a lot. And obviously one of them is Latvijas Kultūras acadēmija, which also has the possibility of studying creative industries. Then we can name one of the biggest advertisement and general projects called Esmu introverts, or I'm an introvert. And then we can also name Riga International Film Festival, duo of designers Miera and Rolls, which are going to present Latvia in the Venice Art Biennale next year. and obviously Latvijas Nacionālais Mākslas muzejs, and so on. But let's get back to our research. So what did we actually do? So the non-governmental organization Radošās biedrības from Latvia, together with 5 other countries, developed an in-depth research regarding the utilization of IE in creative industries. So altogether there was Hungary, Latvia, the Basque Country, Poland, Estonia, and Italy, who made a quality research through 64 semi-structured interviews. In the Latvia's case, there was 11 of them, with creative professionals across 12 creative sectors. The research investigates how creative industries navigate a tension between technological innovation and cultural preservation, revealing significant variations in IE adoption levels, implementation strategies, and philosophical approaches. We also conducted a desk research, which I'm going to talk about in a minute, researching the already known culture and creative industry projects that IE tools have been used for, and also regarding Latvia's national strategies. So, about IE in Latvia, on the right side, left side, to summarize what we have learned through the desk research, there are a few notable events that maybe a few of you already know, and a few of you don't. So first of all, in 2025, Saima, or Latvian Parliament, conceptually approved under urgent procedure the draft law on the development of IE in Latvia. The aim of this law is to enhance national competitiveness by leveraging the opportunities presented by IE technologies. The proposed legislation seeks to establish a legal framework for a trustworthy and secure IE ecosystem, promoting innovation across various sectors. A key component of the draft of the law is the creation of the Latvian National Artificial Intelligence Center, which Liena mentioned previously. So it was actually opened this year as well. Prior to this, in 2020, which is not the same thing as in 2025, the Latvian government released a national IE strategy. So obviously law is bigger than strategy, on developing artificial intelligence solutions. The main goal of the strategy was to raise the awareness and competitiveness in IE across society through education, as well as promoting adoption and development of IE in the public and creative sector and others. So, regarding adoption rates across creative sectors, there's currently no available statistical data on how many of the creative sector's agents or organizations are using IE-driven tools or mechanics. However, there's a few notable companies and organizations that have already implemented IE usage. But before that, there's this chart where we can see the use of generative IE tools in different industries. Based on the data available that we can see on this chart, 37% of technology, media, and telecom industries in 2023 have tried at least one of IE tools, yet only 19% of respondents use IE tools regularly for the work and outside of work. At the same time, this does not give a detailed explanation regarding creative industries alone, because media is together with technology. So let's talk more about what research specifically of the creative industries we did. So regarding the biggest players of the IE and creative industries, we have to talk about a few of them. So first of all is Tilde, one of the leading European language technology companies based on providing translations online, putting emphasis on IE technologies. Another prime example of usage of IE and cultural industries is University of Latvia Livonian Institute's project improving access to critically under-researched language, IE-based approaches for producing and obtaining Livonian content. This project focuses on preserving Latvia's endangered Livonian language. It builds on previous work which involved creating digital sources and tools for the Livonian language, as well as the expertise on project's partners. The main objective of the project is to generate new insights into the application of IE technologies in contexts where endangered languages with limited resources exist, such as Livonian language. Then there's Clara, which was developed by TET, or previously known as Latelecom, processes data using computer vision or an algorithm that can identify advertisements on television channels, find similarities with other advertisements, and associate them with a specific industry. Then we have the AI-enabled citizen participation in university-driven Ukrainian culture and heritage safeguarding that has been launched to enhance the use of artificial intelligence in the field of citizen science, particularly by promoting public participation in the safeguarding of cultural heritage during emergencies. Then one of the newest, which was actually developed this year, is Tilde Large Language Model. It's an open foundation large language model focusing on Baltic and Eastern European languages. Currently, Tilde is developing Tilde Large Language Model with together more than 30 billion parameters, encompassing all European languages, with a particular emphasis on Baltic and Eastern European languages. Then one of the, let's say, first talks about artificial intelligence in creative industries was Riga Photography Month's exhibition, Latvia by Artificial Intelligence. In 2023, Riga Photography Month made a unique exhibition, Latvia by Artificial Intelligence. All of the artists there were AI image creators, such as DALL-E, DeepEye, and Stable Diffusion. And then lastly, but not leastly, Imants Ziedonis, arguably one of the most notorious poets of Latvia, died recently. And he left his countryside estate and summer house after his death to the state of Latvia. Since his death, the estate and house he lived has become a memorial and a museum at the same time. So in 2024, when Latvian poet Imants Ziedonis would have celebrated his 90th birthday, Imants Ziedonis Museum, together with Tilde, somehow fulfilled his unfulfilled dream of becoming a gardener with the help of AI. There have been a lot of discussions regarding this, and I want to showcase you one of them. So basically, this is still the large language model, which is a screenshot of the website which they're developing. Then this is the Riga Photography Month, where you can see all these images are made only by AI. And Arnis Balčis, who is the curator and also the artist behind the Artist of AI, said that he prompted the AI asking the AI to generate images just by not describing Latvia, but from what AI knows already about Latvia. So Latvia's society, economy, politics, and so on. And this, if I can somehow showcase here, okay, no. I'm going to do it otherwise, but you can, at this website, you can hear Ziedonis Museum at Latvijas Nacionālo Ziedonis Museum, where you can see the synthesized version of his voice. So, what did we find out during the interviews? From Latvia's side, as I mentioned before, we conducted 11 interviews with cultural and creative industry experts and practitioners through semi-structured interviews through Zoom application. The people from creative industries were interviewed showcased various fields, such as cinema, design, advertisement, architecture, and so on. And during the interviews, one of the questions we asked was how does the participant rate his or her knowledge of AI tools? Overall score from the interviews was 5 out of 10, revealing a transformation in anxiety, where professionals are skeptical about present capabilities, yet conceived of AI's inevitable dominance. And here you can see the study identifies critical barriers, including inadequate training infrastructure, financial constraints, and fundamental concerns about creative authenticity. In this chart, you can see the one that I just told you about, AI familiarity level segmentation. This is about all the countries that we conducted interviews at. So the 5.93 score means concentration in the 4 or 6 range of self-evaluation. So it's somehow a transnational phase. The creative industries are in active learning phase beyond initial exposure but before expertise. Pragmatic engagement. Professionals know enough to extract value but not enough to maximize potential. Acknowledge ceiling effect. Many professionals plateau at functional competence without advancing to strategy mastery. And so here's also, you can see a next chapter was distribution of AI adoption maturity across respondents. So here we can see that usually the middle is conscious use of AI system software. So 62.9% said that. The predominance of level 2 adoption reflects a pragmatic equilibrium. Professionals leverage accessible AI tools for immediate value without requiring extensive investment or expertise. This conscious middle represents what practitioners describe as peripheral integration, deliberately keeping AI away from core creative acts while using it extensively for supporting fractions. And here are some of the mentioned parts where they use AI, the creative industry people. So for administrative workflow stuff, this is mostly used solemnly. It's email drafting, translation services, transcriptions, documentations, meeting summaries, grant applications. For creative development, which is collaborative usage, it's more about concept generation, ideation, brainstorming, script and dialogue writing, rapid prototyping, initial design iterations. So overall, the concentration of adoption at level 2 reflects a rational and sustainable approach within the creative industries. Professionals in this category have surpassed the stage of unconscious or incidental use, yet refrain from pursuing custom solutions due to financial constraints and adequacy of existing tools. This conscious middle is likely to persist list as defining characteristic of IE integration in the creative sectors. Engaged in adoption, yet selective investment, strategically positioned between leveraging available capabilities and pioneering bespoke developments. So, and in this slide, you can see preferred automation level disruption. So disruption pattern is usually medium, 38.3%, as you can see in this chart. But why does medium automation dominate? So the creative control imperative, the bell curve distribution, reflects professionals' determination to preserve what they consider incredible human elements in creative work. As practitioners consistently articulate, IE should remain, I'm quoting here, a collaborative partner that provides suggestions, not final solutions. This isn't technological conservatism, as few can think, but strategic positioning. Maintaining approximately 50% human involvement ensures creative ownership and authenticity. Risk mitigation strategy. The low percentage seeking high automation, 2.1%, suggests professionals recognize existential risks in full automation. Medium automation allows efficiency gains without triggering client concerns about machine-made creative work or internal anxieties about professional obsolescence. And thirdly, quality assurance requirements. Creative industries operate on reputation and trust. Medium automation enables professionals to leverage IE's speed while maintaining human quality control. Essential when, as multiple interviews connoted, IE outputs require extensive verification and refinement. The medium automation preference shouldn't be viewed as resistance, but as pragmatic adaptation. The challenge isn't pushing professionals toward higher automation, but to optimizing the human IE collaboration at their chosen level. And here you can see how creative professionals evaluate the effectiveness of IE in creative processes from scale of 1 to 10. So fundamental conceptual differences can be seen as such that there are two kinds of creative industry players. So one of them is the tool-oriented sectors, which is design, architecture, and they view IE as enhancing problem-solving capabilities. The other one are expression-oriented sectors, which is publishing, performing arts, directing, and so on. They see IE as strengthening authentic human creativity. And the 3.3 gap you can see here reflects a philosophical split. Technical sectors see creativity as problem-solving that IE can accelerate, while traditional art sees it as a human expression that cannot be automated. Current usage focuses on efficiency and support, but professionals express clear desires for IE development that respects creative autonomy. They want augmentation, not replacement. They want control and transparency. They want control sensitivity. They want ethical clarity and selective automation. As one performing arts director articulates, the primary obstacle is not technical, but conceptual. The risk lies in users becoming subservient to the tool rather than mastering it. This relieves the deepest fear, not job loss, but the gradual erosion of what makes creative work fundamentally human, the messy, the embodied, politically charged humanity that defines artistic expressions. And here you can see how the interviewees see the impact of IE development of the creative industries in the next 5 years. So first of all, it's skepticism. Professionals simultaneously express doubt about the present capabilities while maintaining certainty about future transformation. For example, digital arts practitioner rates current effectiveness at 3 out of 10, but projects 9 out of 10 future impact. In availability discourse, respondents frame IE adoption as survival imperative rather than strategic choice. For example, film industry person states, companies that don't adapt will face existential threats. Education sector says the mediocre middle will disappear, and library science says impact will be significant. We must steer the process. One respondent raises concerns about existential rights that aren't being adequately addressed, suggesting awareness of potential negative consequences alongside transformational expectancies. So, in summary, a bit more about Latvia, just Latvia. IE adoption in Latvia's creative sector is primarily informal and individually driven, with limited institutional support. Most professionals use ChatGPT regularly, though primarily for administrative rather than creative tasks. As one interviewee put it, it's a really daily tool used for emails, translation, formatting, and project writing. Sector-specific insights. Advertising and production lead in adoption, leveraging a wide range of commercial IE tools to expand workflows significantly. Architecture shows similarly advanced use, applying IE from concept to visualization stages. In contrast, traditional culture and performing arts, institutions, and public cultural bodies lag behind, citing generational resistance. Libraries show moderate uptake. limited by awareness gaps and cautious attitudes towards IE. A clear divide exists between state-funded cultural institutions and private enterprises, with the former constrained by outdated infrastructure and low digital proficiency. Generational and linguistic barriers also affect adoption. Younger English-speaking professionals tend to engage more actively with IE. While urban-rural differences are less explicit, regional professionals describe feeling isolated from technological shifts. And lastly, mostly professionals rely on self-directed learning rather than formal training. Common learning approaches include YouTube tutorials, online videos, for example, Udemy mentioned, newsletter subscriptions, trial and error experimentation. So the absence of sector-specific Latvian language training emerges as a critical gap. One architect notes taking courses on Udemy, participated in workshops by Academy, all international resources requiring English proficiency. So formal training remains fragmented. While isolated efforts exist, for example, journalist workshop held by Helve, most professionals request practical hands-on workshops, sector-specific training, for example, tailored for museums, Latvian language resources, integration guidance for existing workflows. One educator emphasizes the need for conceptual understanding. Everyone using IE should listen to a few lectures about these models' work. If you understand the math and the logic behind it, you're already quite smart. So beyond training, professionals identify several obstacles: technical infrastructure, ethical concerns, quality and reliability, economic constraints, cultural resistance. So in conclusion, Latvia's creative sector faces a familiar paradox. While IE offers urgent efficiency gains, implementation remains constrained by limited resources, infrastructure, and training. The sector must balance global innovation pressures with local cultural values. Targeted, culturally sensitive training, especially in Latvian, will be essential to prevent a widening gap between internationally oriented professionals and those focused on domestic audiences. And as one respondent summarized, success depends on treating IE as a tool, not as a replacement by the creative process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ketris. Thank you very much. Please, questions from the audience. Yes, I'm not seeing yet any hands. I had a question, and I'm just blanking on my own question that was just on the top of my head. Yes, no, sorry. So I was wondering. You mentioned a number of really interesting actual examples of how companies or organizations in Latvia to date have used AI. And today, and you yourself, and reflecting on the interviewees' opinions, but also other speakers today, we've been discussing the various risks, the limitations, pointing to those. So looking at these, like these particular cases already of AI being used, what's your view on how this embracing of AI is looking in Latvia? Are these positive examples? Are these promising examples? In what sense? In what sense are they? Should we be critically examining them, questioning them? I understand it can be also different one-to-one, but perhaps you want to comment on this.
I think the biggest challenge right now is the fact that people in the creative sector use IE without actually having a bigger vision of IE. So basically, usually people who are in the creative field use it for mediocre tasks, right? Replying to emails, something you can think of yourself, but basically you're just maybe lazy to do that, or maybe you just don't want to do that, which is completely fine. We all do it, I guess, almost all. But there's this bigger version where you can use IE for really big developments, right? And there are only specific people who can do that. And for example, one of those examples is tilde, where you can see it 3 times here, right? Because they're focused on that. And they're not just creative industries, tildes per se, it's a business tool as well. So basically, it's more about the fact that we need education, as always. About everything, we need education. We need education regarding the fact of how to understand the process behind IE, because usually when you when I was talking to the interviewees, they, especially performing arts people or people who are in traditional culture, they stated that they're afraid of changes. For example, one of the actors, he said that he thinks that in a few years there will be no more actors, which, you know, we can discuss about it later on, but they really don't know first of all, there's this rapid movement and alignment with IE, but on the other hand, it's how there's not like everything is possible with IE. There's no general in-depth knowledge of IE. And so as was stated in one of the interviews, everyone should learn a bit more about IE before grasping on evidence that is not possible. So, yeah. Yep.
Thank you, Ketrisa.
Yep.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank
you. All right. Next, we will be again having speakers join us by Zoom. Our next speakers will be Deborah Mafoluwani-Esho and Esther Oreo-Feoluva-Esho. Deborah Esho is a doctoral researcher at the Institute of Education of the University of Lisbon. Her research interests focus on exploring social issues through contemporary art education among marginalized communities in particular, and she has written on promoting interculturalism through art education in Portugal and in Latvia. And Esther Oreo-Feoluva-Esho is an executive member of the Australian-New Zealand Society for Ecological Economies and has completed postdoctoral research at the University Fernando Pessoa in Portugal and holds a doctoral degree in sustainability and peace in the post-globalization era from the Faculty of Law at the University of Valencia in Spain. And their talk today is titled Harnessing AI Initiatives in Enhancing Cultural Diversity in the Era of Globalization, Navigating the Dilemmas of Generative AI Chatbots. No, sorry, I had to stop a bit earlier. So yes, please, the floor is yours. Can you?
Are you hearing me?
It's good, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to be part of this conference organized in Latvia. I will be sharing my slide and we can proceed. Is that okay?
Yes, you can share.
Okay. I was not hearing anything, so I didn't know. Sorry, I'm having some difficulty here. Hello? Sorry, I'm not able to share.
Right. Well, if you can't, then we can hear you well, so you can speak anyway. You know, if the technology is failing us in that way, we could still have your video and your voice, so that will also be good.
Yes,
Okay,
we will share your
because
presentation.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say because I sent it on the Google Drive. Can you help me to share it?
Yes, we will share it for you. You can speak over it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, fine. Once again, thank you for this opportunity to present my work. As a former researcher in Latvia, it's my privilege to present my study. What inspired me to carry out this research? It's number one, the threat of globalization to cultural diversity and cultural heritage. Number two, my experience and observation of indigenous women potters in Yushafa Pottery Center and the threat of cultural homogenization and the loss of indigenous culture is a reason for these studies. Could you go to the next slide, please? No, the other one. Okay, yeah, thank you. I will talk a little bit about the positive side of globalization and also the threat of globalization. Globalization has contributed positively to our world as it opened doors for migration, internalization, and also intercultural learning. However, globalization comes with its own challenges and has created a system of inequality, xenophobia, hate speech, and environmental degradation, which has weakened the education, sociocultural, and economic institution. But rather than sit back and criticize the system, how can we, artists, policymakers, educators, and researchers harness AI initiative in ensuring that cultural diversity is preserved despite globalization? So during my research, could you go to the next slide, please? Yeah. One of the silent questions I asked was, how can verbal and visual narrative create a space to share, discuss, appreciate, and celebrate our differences in a multicultural society? So during this research, which was carried out in Latvia at the Art Academy, 7 students participated in this research, and the research was organized as a workshop to be able to understand student cultural awareness, and as well as create an intercultural environment where students can learn and as well share about their cultural experiences. Could you go to the next slide? Okay, yeah, thank you. So during this, the period of this study, they used 10 weeks. 10 weeks were used by the students to engage in making ceramic pots and bowls and decorative African Latvian symbols. And they made different pieces of artworks. And what influenced my research was the aspect of art, how art can influence students when you're, especially when we are within an intercultural environment. So students were able to creatively make something out of clay, and they were able to express themselves and also engage in intercultural dialogue. The next slide. Okay, the methodology I used was twofold methodology, which was the art-based research. It was an approach, and it's a way of using the arts to be able to engage students and ensuring that they are able to as well express themselves without any limitation. So during this course of research, students used the clay, the red clay, the Latvian red clay, and they were able to mold pots, vases, and different medium they wanted to do. So this was a way of them expressing themselves. The other part was a case study, which I did prior to the time I went to Latvia to carry out this research. It was at the university, it was at Ushafa Pottery Center in Nigeria. This place is known for women potters. They make pots with their hands, and they don't use the wheel. So they make decorative pots, they make functional pots, and This is something they have been doing from generation to generation. And I noticed that it was endangered because a lot of women stopped making pots because of a lot of challenges, financial challenges, urbanization. People were moving from the rural area to the city. And so a lot of people were not engaging in this type of art and crafts. And I saw that it was endangered. And so I went there to observe what these women were doing and also to take photos, to take videos, to interview them and ensure that their cherished culture is preserved. The next slide. Okay, so here it's the firing process of the student artwork. So after 10 weeks, the students engage in ceramic pots and bowls with decorative African Latvian symbols, which made their piece of art unique. So here was, we were removing the pots already, they were already fired, and then we were removing them from the kiln. So this is the firing process. The next slide. Okay, in this slide, we can see here the work of the students. These are the pots they made. Many of them were decorative with symbols, like the crocodile was particularly related to the African crocodile. So one of the students made a crocodile and she felt she always wanted to make something that's related to the African pot. And other students as well made their own unique pots, which was very interesting. And so this was the students' work of art. Can you please go to the next slide? Okay, so one of the major findings in this study is that students recognize the importance of learning about other culture. So art-based approach proved effective in promoting intercultural dialogue. The students developed empathy towards one another and reflected on their own culture and identity while connecting with African heritage through the arts. And so in this slide, we present the key findings, which the second finding, which is related to technology. The role of technology has been crucial in my research, enabling the safeguarding of indigenous arts and crafts through digitalization and preservation of cultural heritage related to Ushafa women pottery, who are renowned potters, and they make large decorative, functional, and aesthetic pots and verse. Could you please go to the next slide? Okay, here is an example of the women potters in Ushafa. As you can see, they make large, big pots with clay. And so this is what they live for it, because after they make the pots, they fire it and then they sell it as well. So it's a source of culture and as well as income. So they sell it and the money they use it to ensure that their family have something to eat or to send their children to school. So this is a type of tradition that has been for decades. And so we can see the picture. In the other slide, I'm going to hand it over to Esther. She's going to talk about AI and IoT initiative and how we can use it in preserving and safeguarding our cherished culture in the face of globalization. So over to you, Esther. Thank you.
Shafa pottery tradition are priceless but also fragile. Can you please take us to slide 9? Okay, slide. Okay. Yeah, I think slide 9, the one before this slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so I will be explaining how artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things, that's AI and IoT, can be the ultimate tools in our study. So they are not threats, rather, they are new mediums. So the purpose of AI and IoT is simple. The goal is to help us not just to save these traditions, but to make cultural diversity louder, richer, and more present than ever before. So what do we propose? We propose the use of AI and IoT as the foundation for preservation, because we believe that art is not something that should die with a generation, but there should be sustainability when we talk about art, so that several generations can be able to have an experience and partake in these beautiful aesthetics of art and several cultural artifacts that are in existence currently in our world. So we propose the use of AI and IoT as the foundation for preservation, and our proposal comes in 3 phases. We have phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. So for phase 1, we are focusing on AI and IoT as the foundation for preservation. And our first challenge is preservation. When we look at the Bagi potters in Ushafa village in Nigeria, where Deborah had the opportunity to go there, I also had the opportunity to be with these women and to see exactly how the work goes. So we aren't just losing clay objects. That's the thing. We are losing an invisible process, the choreography of the hands, the generational muscle memory, and the knowledge that lives in the air. So here is our technology art. It acts as our master archivist. So what do we propose? We propose AI as a digital sketchbook. So AI can help with the usage of advanced camera systems to record and analyze the Bagi potter's hands. It can capture not just the finished pots, but the exact movement, pressure, and technique. This creates a digital twin of the knowledge itself, preserving the intangible heritage long after the physical practice might cease. We also propose IoT as the invisible studio assistant. This is the Internet of Things. Tiny sensors placed around a physical site like Ushafa, they are the silent protectors. They constantly monitor things we can't see, like the subtle shifts in temperature and humidity. This real-time environmental data helps conservationists protect the physical clay and the workspace from threats like climate change. Preservation is the bedrock, but if we want global culture to thrive, we need to use this technology for discovery and collaboration, which leads us to phase 2, which focuses on AI as a source of cultural discovery and integration. We want AI to act as a global curator, not a recommender that keeps you in an echo chamber, but one that actively challenges you with new perspective. So first, what do we propose? We can use AI for wide-angle discovery. Right now, digital platforms tend to push dominant culture. So we need to flip the script and use AI to dismantle these invisible walls. So let's consider breaking the algorithm. Imagine a platform where the AI's mandate is not just to keep you engaged, but to ensure you are exposed to art from cultures you have never encountered. Imagine how great that will be. It actively seeks out marginalized creators and ensures their work gets the same spotlight as globally recognized pieces. Next is the universal translator. So cultural stories often get trapped by language. AI models can instantly translate poetry, traditional songs, and oral histories, not just word for word, but with cultural context. This breaks down the language barrier, allowing the true emotional core of the work to be understood by anyone, anywhere. Secondly, we can use AI for owning the narrative. And we talk about authenticity, which is ownership. When we digitalize art and artwork, we must protect the rights of the original creators, the artists, and the community. We need ethical AI systems that ensure that that when a digital reproduction is shared or sold, the original artists maintain ownership and receive the right financial benefit. The tool serves the creator, not steals from them. In phase 3, we focus on IoT for immersive integration. The Internet of Things, our collection of sensors and smart devices, allows us to blend the physical and digital worlds, creating a living gallery of cultural diversity. And what do we propose? We propose smart and responsive art sites. Imagine visiting the Ushafa Pottery Center, and IoT beacons recognize you are there and trigger augmented reality overlays on your phone. The physical pot is preserved, but when you look at it, a digital layer instantly tells you the potter's story, the material's history, and the spiritual significance in your own native language. That is the power of AI and IoT. And finally, we propose the shared global studio. We can use high quality, seamless IoT-enabled equipment to create a virtual bridge between interested art academies and the potters in Ushafa village, Nigeria. It is not just a video call, it is a shared studio space, allowing students to learn the feel of the technique and ask questions directly, instantly bridging the geographic gap and facilitating the critical intercultural skills that we need. And in conclusion, can you please go to the 11th slide? Thank you. So in conclusion, our framework is simple. Art meets technology. Art is the engine of cultural competence, and AI and IoT are the powerful new tools our master archivist, and global curator that ensure this engine never runs out of fuel. The goal isn't just to save artifacts, it is to foster tolerance, to appreciate diversity, and to ensure the authenticity of the human story, the core of all art, is amplified, not compromised in the digital age. So the work of artists like that of the Art Academy of Latvia and that of the Ushafa pottery shows us the value of culture. Let's use these tools to ensure its vibrant future, which is what we are promoting. Thank you very much. You can go to the last slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deborah and Esther. Thank you both. Do we have any questions at this point in the audience? Well, I'm not seeing any hands. I was really interested in this Pottery Center ethnographic study that you were describing, and how you are seeing the potential of AI and related technologies to, in a way, continue these traditional practices and skills. I was wondering, though, what were the viewpoints and the attitudes of those potters themselves? Maybe you can speak a bit more about that, because it seems that you as researchers are recognizing that there are certain traditional practices that are under threat, and you're bringing these new tools and these potential solutions to them. What was their reaction to that? Are they excited? Are they keen to utilize these new tools, or are they nonetheless kind of experiencing the threat and potential loss of what they do. And obviously there's also the question of income and the livelihood, like you also mentioned, that this can help sustain them. So maybe you can say a bit more on the potter's perspective on this.
Okay, thank you very much. What I would say is, because I've been at Ushafra Center for a very long time, I was there for almost a decade studying, looking at them and then interviewing them and seeing the way we can preserve this cherished culture, which is under threat. And so when I saw this conference, I saw it as an opportunity to express myself and also talk about Ushafa women pottery, which was at 2020. It was at a very serious threat because the more I went there, the fewer I saw the women were getting fewer. So when I went there, the first time I was there was in 2010, which is very long time ago. And there were a lot of women with children learning how to make pots with their mother, because they start at a very tender age. You see small children like 5 years old, they're there. And when they learn how to make pots and they continue, it's something they pass from one generation to the other. And it's something that sustained them financially as well. So it was seriously under threat 2020, which was the pandemic time. So that was the last time I went there before I left and came over to Europe. And so I took videos. I saw that it was seriously under threat, and I decided to do an interview with them, take videos, take photos, just to preserve and promote this culture. Because I've not been there for over 5 years now, so I don't know how bad the situation is. And since we are talking about preserving culture, and I looked at a way to promote this culture through AI and IoT. So in the perspective of the women, just as you asked, these women, they don't really know much about AI because many of them are illiterate. Some just went to primary school or maybe secondary school, so they don't really know much about the involvement of AI. So what they just know when I go there, it's they just tell me about their challenges, and then and I interview them, take photos, and see how to preserve their work. So it's I didn't really discuss with them about the issue of AI, because I know it may not make sense to them, if you understand clearly, because they don't really know anything about how to bring their work to in the AI platform or make it digitalization perspective. They don't really know much about that. And so my involvement was just to how to encourage them to continue and how they can preserve this cherished culture, which they've been doing for a lot of decades, if not century, because I met a woman that was about 89 years old, and she said she has been doing it from when she was a child. So it means it has been for like maybe a century or more. And so that's what's my discussion with them. So in the area of AI, they were not involved because it's they don't know much about this perspective or this area of technology. Thank you.
I would like to add to what Deborah just said. I think another thing I felt from your question was you wanted to really understand what is the role of these women. That's if I got you right. So when I went there, and according to what Deborah also said when she went there, some of these women are actually the breadwinners of their family. So you can imagine that. So this is actually what brings food to the table. And that could cause a lot of challenge if their life is only focused on that, and And some of them were married women, some of them had partners, some of them had children, whereby the other party is not involved, engaged in any form of business or any form of work. So they are left with just working on this pottery and using that income to take care of a family. And some of these women have children that maybe more than 5 children, more than 3 children. So part of our role when we were going to the Ushafa village was to take a lot of charity items. We usually do a lot of shopping just to assist in one way or the other while going through the whole project. And so that's why we are proposing that if we introduce AI or IoT to spaces like this, of course, it could be a little bit new, because as Deborah said, most of these people are illiterate. But what we care about is that the artists, the work they are doing does not just go into the void. We just want something that can preserve this work despite the challenges that they are going through, because they're so passionate about that work. So we would like to capture what they're doing. We would like to make sure that at least we are learning something, because each pottery they make tells a story. Each design, each line and everything they do on those potteries tell a story, which is well explained in our paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deborah and Esther. Again, I believe that's all the time we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I believe there's still coffee and maybe some snacks at the back of the room. So I invite you to freely help yourself, because we'll be moving ahead to the final panel. The final panel is titled Cultural Memory and Digital Heritage Resources, and we'll have 2 presentations in this final panel. So we'll stay on Zoom for the first one. Our first speaker is going to be Dr. Elina Vikmane, who is a researcher at the Institute of Arts and Cultural Studies at the Latvian Academy of Culture, and currently a visiting scholar at the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. Elina's research interests focus on issues of cultural and specifically cultural heritage participation, as well as the study of the diffusion of digital innovation. Elina also sits on the board of the Latvian Museums Association and is a member of the Digital Transformation Working Group of the Network of European Museum Organizations. And Elina's talk today is titled Navigating the Dilemmas of Generative AI Chatbots in Museum Settings. Hi, Elina, the floor is yours. Good to see you.
Good morning, good afternoon, Liana, my dear colleagues. It's such a nice way to reconnect with you, and it's such a pity that I cannot be with you on site. Nevertheless, I will now share my presentation, and please let me know if you don't see it or if you don't hear it, and otherwise I will start. Since 90s, new technologies are being introduced in museums for them to become more attentive both to engagement with collections and also to enhance an individualized approach to visitors. Nevertheless, the introduction of AI is so different from previous technologies that it demands that we open up a discussion about ethical concerns. And I heard many speakers before me just mentioned that there are some ethical challenges or dilemmas, and that is exactly what I would love to talk with you. So what ethical dilemmas arise from introduction of anthropomorphic AI chatbots in museum work, and what does the use of AI require rethinking a museum's ethical positions? But let me start with some definitions in a broader context. So anthropomorphism can be defined as application of human-like traits, behaviors, or mental states to non-human entities, such as objects, animals, and especially recently AI devices. I use AI chatbot to refer to conversational agents based on large language models. And here, ELIZA effect becomes crucial in this discussion. The term alludes to Bernard Shaw's play and later the famous musical My Fair Lady, in which Professor Higgins teaches Eliza Doolittle how to dress, how to talk and behave like a lady. And developers of AI use design features to make machines more human-like in order to induce positive impressions and responses. In this point, I refuse to admit AI, conversational agents, just as technical tools. We heard previously and also in Ketris's presentation that creative sector is using it as a technical assistant and refuse to admit it as creative tool. But in my presentation, I wish to go a step further. There are proven evidence that museums are benefiting from AI chatbots to widen the audience, to make exhibitions content. But the focus of this presentation is that it can cause many new challenges and ethical dilemmas, mostly because people start treating them as other people. It would be too easy to call those people insane because they bond with machines. But if we look at how people have historically changed their attitude toward animals and how we see now how we bond with our pets and think of them as an important part of our families, then the discussion is more complex. Please meet the researcher Kate Darling, who lives with her pet Pleo, AI chatbot in a form of a dinosaur robot. She investigates the design of these things and how people react to them. She sees evidence of machines. For example, and I quote, she says, "I put a license plate on one of medical machines that says Emily, and employees are much more receptive to them because it will cause people to bond with them and to forgive their mistakes more easily." Further on, there are many developments of AI chatbots in intentional purposes for bonding. Please meet Replica, Sophia, and Xiosi. They mimic human conversational style and emotional support, and even develop a personality over time. Some versions include romantic relationship options with avatars, and Xiosi use emotional memory and continuity to stimulate long-term relationships. Obviously, these revelations may pose some risks, and one example might include robots in military area, where bonding with machines poses too many risks to allow such attachment to happen. Nevertheless, museums differ from commercial sector or military, and in the absence of a legal framework, as we heard in Ketris's presentations, it is useful to refer to the ethical framework. And here, the globally accepted ICOM Code of Ethics for Museums. Some specifics include public trust. It is a notion of stewardship that includes rightful ownership, documentation, and accessibility of cultural heritage. Museums should ensure the information they present in displays and exhibitions is well-founded and accurate. As well, museums have particular responsibilities for care and accessibility and interpretation of primary evidence. Here I refer more specifically to ethical principles in the section 4 for display, exhibitions, and special activities, publications, and reproductions. And I will discuss several dilemmas to answer, or at least to open up the discussion of what rises from the introduction of specifically anthropomorphic AI chatbots: uncanny valley, accuracy, deception, the idea of AI as human remains, and digital resurrection normalization. First of all, uncanny valley. Museums increasingly use AI avatars of historic figures to make the past speak again, but it poses a paradox. On one hand, museums should inform visitors as authentically and truthfully and accurately as possible. On the other hand, there is a problem of creepiness in AI chatbots resembling humans too closely, known as uncanny valley problem. In this example, Ask Sarah, which is based on the portrait of Sarah Bernhold. Solution is easy. We can clearly see that this is a painting, and the painting is talking to us. Another example is more complex. This is an example of German artist Kathy Kollwitz, and it is intriguing. The museum started to create this AI chatbot as similar to the artist based on photographies of her as possible, but the finished AI chatbot indeed was too creepy, and they remade. The decision was made to recreate the artist in a way that it looked somehow similar, but clearly not an image of the artist, although there is still a resemblance, as you see. In this example, we see an AI chatbot of another artist, Helga Goetze, which seems to resemble the artist and has gained almost creepy features. It seems like it should resemble her, but if we do not know what the artist looked like, it can deceive us into believing that the artist actually looked like this. So now we can bring on another dilemma, that of deception. Does time make a difference to our moral discomfort? Maybe we might easily accept a Socrates, or in this case, Julius Caesar avatar, but hesitate with someone who died recently. Why? Because of the proximity. The closer the life, the sharper the unease, and also the more difficult it's for visitors to critically understand what information the historical figure might have known and what the large language model has generated, because it is not retrieving existing texts, but generating new texts, and thus they can add an extra layer of potential misinformation and disinformation. AI may lead to a new form of deception concerning emotions. First, emotional attitudes from AI chatbots are only reflections of the user, but the user might believe that their personal values are externally validated, for example, by this sexual freedom activist and artist whom many Berlin citizens remember, Helga Goetze. Secondly, deception might happen because the reflection of our own emotions and chatbots prevent us from encountering emotional attitudes that differ from our own. And it is called the effect of a social bubble, which you most probably all know from all other areas of social media platforms. Deception and accuracy are closely linked for museums, which are bound by an ethical code to communicate accurately the information based on evidence. And AI, a chatbot, should not be an exception. Here's an example of Pittsburgh's Carnegie Museum, where a text chatbot has been given a digital resemblance of its founder, Andrew Carnegie, who provides stimulated conversations. It featured the smiling white bird industrial pleasantly conducting a scavenger hunt on site. It is a part of ongoing effort to create more like two-way communication, according to museum officials. But what do we know about the Carnegie? He was a major steel industry businessman, and he was one of the richest people in America at the time. Would he think the scavenger hunt is appropriate? Is it authentic to his personality, or we are creating a visual doppelganger without respecting the nature and the values of this historic figure? Here's another example, and I believe that this is the only or very, very rare examples from Latvia, a private museum that partnered with Tilde, high-tech company, to recreate the voice of deceased poet using speech-to-text and text-to-speech technologies. I should also add that this is a so-called voice clone, the technique which does not involve a grand amount of a real voice of poet to resemble its voice. In this case, the voice is more important than the content, because the poet wished to be a gardener but never pursued his path. And I am not criticizing this project, because we actually need pretty many examples in museum studies so that we could discuss these ethical challenges. For example, at this point, voice cloning in EU is started to be treated as a dangerous use of technology because of many cyber crimes that can be involved if a person cannot recognize whether it has the voice of, for example, his relative or business partner or not. This project was done long before that, and that's why I think that's a very interesting case to be included in this presentation. In both previous examples, words are put into the mouth of those who never said them and without their consent, obviously, because they passed away. But this example is different. These are Holocaust survivors that have consented to be immortalized or become AI chatbots by answering hundreds and maybe some of them even 2,000 questions that will be fed to their future selves. It seems like a reasonable and ethically sound decision rather to agree on the content that the AI chatbots will be talking with the visitors. But I will return to this example one more time from a completely different perspective and completely different ethical dilemma, that of digital resurrection normalization. So what is it? By hosting talking avatars of the dead, museums may be legitimizing an old human dream that the boundary between life and afterlife can be crossed through art and technology, a dream that commercial technological companies are almost ready to sell as a product. Here you can see Eternity Me vision, to have the avatar existing after death of the loved ones to interact with. And basically it's feeding information about yourself while you're still alive, all the sensors, all the social data as much as possible. But it was called a morbid use of technology and truly creepy. By 1970, the startup was shut down as unethical. And let me now get back to the Holocaust survivors. Issues around human remains seem to be the toughest ethical dilemma. Museums are still divided. Should we repatriate remains to the countries of origin and maybe bury them? Or maybe we can exhibit mummies and maybe we can recreate them as holograms with human features and thoughts and emotions and voices. But is it ethical to resurrect the dead for dialogue? Would an AI avatar to be considered a new kind of human remains? You would most probably say, obviously not. It is rather an artistic endeavor, and surely it's not a body. But let me say you something. Is it truly a morbid use of technology? Is it creepy? Or when we talk about museums, could accuracy of evidence combined with interactivity become an important part of interpretation of historic events? And the answer could be yes. But then museums will also become a powerful part of the digital resurrection normalization process. Museums might prepare society for a future where talking to the dead people becomes normal and where we could bequeath our digital selves to culture, just as bodies are donated to the science. As museums experiment with anthropomorphic AI, they must be careful balancing innovation with integrity and code of ethics, particularly when introduction of AI poses the paradox of authenticity, which is an important principle for museums, but it simultaneously brings risks of deception and uncanny valley. Moreover, decision of digital resurrection practices should be decided in a very near future so that memory institutions do not walk blindly into the future while never noticing their role in digital resurrection normalization. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Elina. Thanks. Any questions from the audience? Well, I'm not seeing hands. Elina, I mean, this was fascinating. It made me think, though, of the art scholar Claire Bishop's critique. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but the idea is basically that she's critical of sort of museums' quote-unquote engagement activities of the audience as a rather shallow form of engaging audience in a kind of meaningful way. That often it takes not a kind of meaningful form of creation of meaning, of knowledge, of participation. It rather tracks in a kind of entertainment, interesting them in a rather shallow way. I mean, how are you seeing this? You introduced a complicated picture in your presentation, and I guess you wouldn't take one position or the other. But I guess we could say there's a risk that these, this is just the next kind of level of, here's again sort of an entertaining thing. There's a chat bot, there's some speaking head somewhere in the exhibition. What is, what is this? Is this some kind of meaningful step forward in the way that museums work? If we reflect on a museum, yes, being engaging and entertaining, but ultimately, I guess that is not the main task of a memory institution. I don't know. What are your views on this?
Yeah, I've read Bishop's Radical Museology, and I think that in most of cases, AI is used to enhance experience, and that is quite similar how technologies are used in museums for the last 30 years. But the example of Holocaust survivors is quite different, because it's not for entertainment, it's for accuracy of facts. It's stories from survivors. It's the enhancement of the collection itself, which previously was based on fragments of the history. There's some evidence if they were written down, and it's not the case, because if you answer 2,000 questions, you build quite a complicated picture. And I think that especially these cases are the most important ones and contain the most risks, because while museums are doing AI things for the entertainment, it poses less of risks. We can discuss some ethical dilemmas, but it's rather inside the museum sector. But if the museum will have new roles, how AI can become a part of our cultural heritage, it poses risks that are beyond the museum sector. And I think that these risks should be discussed while these are the first experiments, the first baby steps, not when we will be full on with the digital resurrection normalization.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Elina, again. That is all the time we have for today, but thank you for joining in all the way from across the ocean, and we hope to see you soon. And yes, the final presentation, I welcome you to the podium. Our speaker will be Zane Grosse, the head of the audiovisual collection at the National Library of Latvia. So an example from another institution, another sector, after we just discussed the museum's case. And the co-author of the paper, Artur Zogla, but I guess it's going to be Zane today presenting. So please, the floor is yours.
Yes, hello everyone. And yes, I will be presenting on behalf of my colleague, Artur Zogla, as well. And before starting, I thought I'll ask you, how many of you know that National Library of Latvia holds sound and video recordings? Can you raise your hands? Oh, great, okay. Because we come across experience quite often that people associate libraries just with the books. And how do I click ahead? Oh, okay. Is this? I'm not sure how to work this. Oh, thank you. So, each year, the library receives numerous donations to its audiovisual collection, sound and video recordings of all kinds. Over the past decade, we have seen a growing number of unpublished audio and video materials
such as those video cassettes and audio cassettes you can see in these pictures. These recordings are highly diverse in content, including personal life stories, interviews, and documentations of cultural and political events in Latvia, as well as among Latvian diaspora communities around the world, particularly in Australia, the USA, Canada, and the UK. Most of these recordings come with only minimal information, often just a few handwritten words on the cover, and occasionally a date, if we're lucky. To discover what each recording contains, we must listen to or watch it in full. Even when a recording has been digitized and made available online, it can still remain effectively invisible without a structured and detailed description. This challenge is often referred to as the discoverability gap, a problem faced by many memory institutions around the world. Creating accurate data for audio and video materials is a highly time-consuming process. Each recording must be listened to or viewed, key details identified, and descriptive information entered manually. This work demands significant time and labor resources, making it difficult to keep pace with the growing volume of digital materials. Moreover, even the most careful human cataloger can unintentionally overlook or omit important details, for instance, by fast-forwarding through a recording and missing brief but valuable moments. As a result, essential contextual information can be lost, reducing the accessibility and long-term research value of these materials. In this example, we see an audio cassette recording available in our digital library. The cataloger has provided a concise and informative summary, highlighting the main subjects discussed in the recording. And for our English-speaking audience, there's translation in the green frame. However, when the same file is processed through an AI tool, we receive a much more detailed and comprehensive annotation almost instantly, as you can see. And what is interesting also, that this particular recording has rather poor sound quality, yet the AI tool was still able to produce an accurate and meaningful transcription. And maybe we can listen to just a few seconds of it.
84. gada, 15. jūnijā, Montreālā.
The title of this presentation is Writing the History of Latvia, 1953-1960, and the subtitle Between the Thaw and the Freeze. And the essay will concern itself with historiography in a short period where, nonetheless, we do find promising developments cut short. The thaw came with Stalin's death. The freeze
anyway,
with
so
the
basically this was quite a good volume now, but it sounds quite far away, and we fed this audio file to the AI model, which was even like Google Notebook LM, so it was quite impressive. Here is another example of an audio cassette recording. This time, the cataloger's description is quite limited, offering only minimal insight into the content. Again, the translation to English is in the green frame. To address the challenge of providing fuller and more comprehensive data about a recording, we began experimenting with artificial intelligence tools, primarily speech recognition and natural language processing, to automatically generate transcripts and summaries of recordings. For Latvian language recordings, there is a speech transcription tool developed in Latvia called Hugo. Hugo is available as a free online service for speech recognition and synthesis. However, the National Library of Latvia has a local version of this tool that can process files of any size and typically processes a file 6 times faster than its recording length. For example, an hour-long recording is usually recognized in about 10 minutes. So when we fed this recording into Hugo LV, the speech recognition results were relatively poor, as you can see in the example. So this is the recognized transcript. So there's the display is disjointed, but also some of the words are clearly wrong, and it seems to make no sense of the sentences and so on. The transcription quality was low enough to raise doubts about whether it would be worthwhile to submit the output for further processing with another AI tool. However, Google Gemini managed to achieve an impressive result, extracting meaningful and well-structured information from an almost unusable transcription. The AI-generated description not only captures a wider range of topics, but also includes a table of contents that outlines the main themes throughout the recording. The good news is that the overall processing time for these recordings was quite fast. On average, 1 hour recording required 8 minutes for speech recognition using the Hugo solution, and about 2 minutes for generating a table of contents with Google Gemini. So in total, the complete processing of a 1 hour recording took approximately 10 minutes. While many AI models are available, we selected Google Gemini for our experiments based on 2 critical advantages. Massive context window, its 1 million token capacity is essential, allowing us to reliably process recognized speech data, even from videos spanning several hours. And superior Latvian proficiency. Crucially, Gemini consistently demonstrates a strong understanding of the Latvian language, generating high-quality, linguistically correct outputs. We also chose Google Gemini because in December 2024, coinciding with our experiments, Google had just released Gemini 2.0 Flash and offered free API access. This allowed us to process roughly 2,000 hours of video at absolutely no cost. Generating a precise table of contents from recognized speech subtitles requires a detailed prompt. We specifically instructed the AI on the output format and warned it about potential input errors. After testing, we settled on a single paragraph prompt, which we combined with a subtitle file, and Google Gemini processed this and delivered the table of contents in just 60 seconds. So this is a bit technical, and the table of contents output is provided in JSON format for all our processing needs, but it can also be presented as a simple document. This document includes an AI-generated title and summary, along with a full list of table of contents entries and their corresponding time codes. Here is the overall structure of our workflow, moving from analog tape to a digital table of contents. So first, physical digitization. Approximately 6,000 hours of video were sent to Studia Lokomotīva for digitization across different quality settings. Then second, speech recognition. We used the Hugo tool to transcribe the spoken content. And third, AI enrichment. We completed the process by running an AI engine to create the table of contents, which was then uploaded with all associated metadata to our digital library. Beyond generating the table of contents, the AI occasionally surprised us with its ability to correct errors in the poorly recognized speech. We frequently observed it, fixing misrecognized names of people. We suspect this occurred because these individuals were present in the AI's training data. Similarly, the model successfully corrected several misidentified place names and even some common vocabulary words. Naturally, the AI also has its limits. Some recognition errors in words and phrases proved uncorrectable. Critically, because our entire pipeline was text-based, processing only the spoken audio, our system could not account for visual-only episodes without any text, or any text displayed directly on the screen, without subtitles. While current commercial large language models demonstrate excellent skill, even with less than optimal inputs, you must exercise caution regarding data submission. Most AI providers include policy clauses that grant them the right to use your submitted data for model training. If your content includes copyrighted material or personal data, this poses a significant risk. To mitigate this, we are currently exploring the feasibility of setting up local large language model instances to ensure our tasks run in a secure, controlled environment. And thank you.
Many thanks, Zane. Are we? Yes, I'm seeing a hand at the back. We need the microphone there, please.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a just kind of follow-up question. My reaction to the use of notebook LM. Obviously, it's a very good tool, particularly with the audio content, because, as you said correctly, it does translate the in the Latvian language the transcripts. But however, if you would use, you would do follow-up on the same transcript, it would actually do this forgetfulness, which would put this inattention, where the AI tool deliberately skips certain. For instance, you had this audio file and you have a full transcript, obviously, and then because of the time constraints, you would do a follow-up question. You would ask, please give me the gist and most important concepts contained within. And Notebook LM wouldn't, or would do very often superficially. At least that's my experience, irrespective of the language, whether it's English or whether you're doing the settings Latvian. So the question would be, in terms of the indexing, so the National Library also using some kind of AI tools in indexing, or right now indexing is done sort of in a traditional way? How does the, because my concern is later on, once of course the data, including the audiovisual works, are going to be coming in, and the National Library will revert to AI actually doing indexing for National Library. This is where we often might have the information is going to be there, but in fact, as a library attendee, it wouldn't give me the index.
You mean indexing as keywords? Is that what you mean?
Well, but all the material, not only because when you go to National Library, you go in the system, you look for specific sources. And my concern is at this point that the more artifacts are going to be stored in the library, a library will be reverting more with the use AI for indexing. It's actually, instead of helping National Library, we might do opposite, that on certain searches would actually, it's just a hypothetical question. How does the library right now is using AI, if it does, for indexing, for search, for searching records? Okay,
so first of all, usually any object that comes in the National Library, the catalog record gets created for it, right? So that would be the first set of data, and the catalog record at the moment is mostly created by humans. I mean, I know our Bibliographical Institute is also experimenting with some AI tools there, but so basically there's always a human first contact, so to speak, with the object. And the digital library, what we do, we just import data from catalog. These AI tools are at the moment just used to have a kind of fuller description of this material that we have, for example, or to make the process faster, like with these audio and video recordings that might be very long, and you listen to them, but you might create, as I showed in the examples, just very short list of subjects. But if you want something more, then you just might use AI. But I think maybe the answer to your question is that there will probably always will be human in the loop, so to speak, if that answers your question.
Somewhat, because
Yeah.
Somewhat, because you just said correctly that you don't have a time to listen to that source, and then you might just kind of ask follow-up question. It would, but my present, at least the present technology, again, Notebook LM was a good example. It would contain the full transcript, but it would not interpret it correctly. And if you don't have a time, you might have a misleading information.
That might be a risk, yes. So until such time that we find it is really safe or without bias, we probably will still continue. The human will still listen to it or look at it, and then without allowing any interpretation of the data.
Thank you. And we have one more question.
Yes, I would like to ask how much hallucination is there by AI? We already saw that some mistakes were in the written text, but with the audio transcripts, how much is there in terms of that? And is it really worthwhile? Because if you have to go in and re-edit, then it's extra work.
Yeah, good question. Well, I think there's probably still a fair amount of hallucinations, but what we were actually surprised by, that one AI tool that kind of interpreted the data with lots of mistakes, that another AI tool then was able to actually create a meaningful content even with all those mistakes done by the first tool. And so the work is ongoing, and I think at least in the nearest future I can't foresee a moment when it will be just AI without any human checking. So humans will always check it, but we see it as a tool that might help us just to save some time and maybe reveal fuller description about what is in the source, so to speak.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Zanne.
Thank you.
Thank you. And here we are. I guess at this point I want to thank all the very resilient audience members who are here still and have been throughout the day. Really great to see you all here. I think, we talked today about how we inevitably all must become AI literate quick. I think I certainly became a bit more literate today, in a way. We started the day thinking about the possible risks, and throughout the day we've been talking about the risks and the dilemmas and the challenges of increasing use of AI. But I think we also found ways to think together about how we can exercise our agency, to use one of the terms mentioned today, how we can remain in charge, or at least what are the different ways, different strategies, small scale and also macro scale strategies as we live in this new reality. So I call upon us to remain an active community of interest and practice, and I'm sure this is not the last time we're talking about these questions. I call upon us to exercise our agency. I also therefore ask you, if you can, to join us to show your agency tonight in Doma Laukums for the protest against Latvia leaving the Istanbul Convention. So thank you, everyone. Thank you to all the speakers, organizers, presenters, and we'll meet again. Thank you very much.